Good morning, everybody. My name is Janice Son. I'm the CPARB chair, and we are meeting remotely because our normal location is currently unavailable. So we will continue to meet remotely using Zoom. And anyway, just wanted to welcome everyone back to the board. Our last meeting was in December, so could we mute? I hear some rebounding noises. Okay, great. Anyway, I want to welcome everyone, and we're calling this to order. And then Talia, can you take roll call? And you're on Zoom. Mute.
Is that better? Let's see here.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. I will. Okay. I have, let's see. I guess I should use that. I will use the agenda. Okay, so Bill Dobbins.
Here.
Here, thank you. Corey Feedy, I haven't seen him yet. Bobby Forsch, haven't seen him yet. I'm not sure if we'll see Senator Hasagawa today. Matthew Hepner.
Here. And I'll probably have to be jumping in and off today.
Okay, thank you. Janet Jansen.
Here, I'm here. Thank you.
Santosh.
Good morning, I'm here.
Thank you. Karen Musker.
Here.
Thank you. Mark Nakagawara.
Here.
Thank you. Irene Reyes. Haven't seen her yet. Okay, and Mark Riker. Okay, haven't seen him yet. Lyneth will not be here today. John Salinas.
Present.
There you are. Thank you. Mike Shin.
Here.
Thank you. Walter.
Hello, everybody. I'm here.
Here you are. Cara Skinner.
Here.
Here you are. And see, Representative Steele will not be here today. Our newest member, Eric Martin.
I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Theriger was not going to be here. Robin Thaxton.
Here.
Thank you. And Andrew's not here, but we have Keith Mitchell. Did I say that right?
Morning, Keith Michelle.
Thank you. Thank you. And Lisa Vanderloot.
Present.
Saw her come in. There you are. Okay. I'm not sure if Senator Warnock is here. Probably not. Olivia.
I'm here. Could I add a comment, please?
Sure.
There is an email that Lyneth asked someone to represent her, and that person is going to be able to do that, but apparently not right yet.
Okay.
Well, actually, I am here.
Oh, you are.
Jerry.
Oh.
Oh, there you are.
There you are. Morning,
I'm not-
Jerry.
Hi. I will
Sorry.
sit in for Lynette, who had an
Great.
unfortunate occasion.
Thank you. Write that down. And Janice Son.
And I'm here.
Great. And Irene just logged in. All right. Okay, we have 18, and 2 of those are alternates.
Okay, great. Well, thank you and welcome to our those that are joining for the first time. So we welcome Eric Martin, representing counties. And Eric, would you like to say a few words to introduce yourself? We're glad to have you.
Sure. Happy to. I'm the county manager there here in Lewis County, which is in Chehalis, if you don't know where that's at. and I've been in that position for about 3.5 years. Prior to that, I was Public Works Director at the county and county engineer. And I've been a professional engineer for almost 20 years now, worked in both the public and private sectors. I spent time at Pierce County as well, so most of my public sector work's been with counties. I also served on the Public Works Board for about 3 years. So I'm excited to be here and entertaining this new service. So thank you.
Oh, that's great. Well, welcome. And we thank Axel Swanson for serving on the board for the last, probably 6 months or so. And we welcome Eric. Just a couple of reminders, since we do have some folks that are serving as delegates, that please sign into the chat with your name and affiliation. And then other than that, I would just recommend that we refrain from using chat for communication, just so we can do better meeting management of not having to look in the chat. And I would say that for those guests that are joining us today, we would also, there's a space in the beginning for public comment. And if there is time as we have discussions and you have comments you'd like to make, you're certainly welcome to raise your hand. If we do not have enough time, we will collect comments from you, but it is a lot more challenging to try to manage the chat as well as the discussions in the room. So I just wanted to bring that up. Okay, the next item on the agenda is to approve the agenda. And I do have a couple of things that I want to point out to the board. One is that the agenda that was published about 2 weeks ago, we did have some last minute changes. So what's up on the screen is the revised agenda. And I do notice that we need to add to Eric Martin's name new, so that we can identify our newest member to the board. And it appears that we need to, under the committee report, this was one that was added at the request of the JOC committee to give a report out. So that's been added at the 8:55. And if we can fix Quinn's name, I believe that his first name has 2 N's. And then we also added subcontractor bid listing policy evaluation committee, recognizing that we do have a second report that's due in November of this year. So we wanted to get that subcommittee relaunched and started. And I believe that Matthew's name should be spelled out fully. So let's make sure we fix his name as well. Those were the pieces that I noticed from our agenda. Any other comments before we vote in the agenda? Walter?
Yes, we all received the email that Talia sent that came from Jen Masterson at OFM asking for CPARB's input on various issues related to budgeting, escalation, other impacts on capital budgets, capital projects. And that response, she said either the board or individuals. So I think we need to discuss that. It's due March 4th. And see if we're going to bring a group of stakeholders together and have a unified response, or whether we're going to in some way facilitate a group of people. There's no way to get a feedback loop. I just want to add it to the agenda. We can discuss it later, but I think we need 15 minutes to discuss responding to OFM's request.
Okay, thank you, Walter. And thank you for that omission. The OFM was originally on the agenda. We had a miscommunication, so the time was not available for Jen to come. So why don't we add that to my understanding, and Olivia, you can correct me, that the BEDBI meeting or segment does not need the full hour. So we can add that to the agenda because there will be time left over, and we can add OFM to the agenda.
Yes, and that was in fact why I raised my hand. Also,
Okay.
I'm sorry if I'm behind here, but I don't know that we're ready to. Our report today for BEDBI, Santosh and I are not talking about the metrics.
Okay, so we will discuss response or feedback to OFM. Looks like that's getting added to the agenda, and we're going to remove metrics from Sound Transit and WashDOT from the BEDBI item.
Yes, thank you.
Just cross through it like that.
Okay, great. All right. And actually, there is one more item I need to point the board to, and that is that there is a new item that I added called Chair Report, because what I realized is that there are activities or meetings that I attend on behalf of CPARB as chair, and I want to make sure that there's an opportunity to provide that information to the board about activities as chair. And so I've added that as an item in the beginning, just so that we are as transparent as possible. I have to say it took me a while to figure out that there was no such thing currently as chair report, and thought it was important to provide that to the board. Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the minute or the agenda?
This is Irene. This is the motion to approve the agenda.
So Olivia seconds.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the agenda is approved. Bill, would you like to walk us through approval of the minutes?
Yeah, we have two sets of minutes to approve. First ones are from 10/14/21. If we could get those on the screen. And our normal super duper editor, Andy, is not here. So Keith, you better step up and tell us about everything that we need to fix in here. Any additions, corrections, or omissions from these minutes from October 14th?
Bill, I actually did notice a couple of things that I wanted to. I believe on page 1, the meeting began at 8 o'clock and not 9 o'clock. And then I want to fix a couple of names on page 16. In the guest list, that should be Keith Michelle and not Michelle Keith under Forma Construction, the second column. And then third from the bottom should be Chip Toll and not Chris Toll. Those were the things I noticed.
Okay. Which, looking at that list, is a good reminder. If you haven't signed in on the chat, everybody should do that. Any other corrections to the October 14th minutes? Can we get a motion to approve?
This is Janet Jansen. Move to approve.
In a second. That was Cara.
That's fine.
Okay. Okay, if everybody can unmute, then everyone, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the October 14th, 2021 meeting minutes are approved. Next up then is the meeting from December. If we could change that screen, that'd be great. I'm not seeing them. Are we working on it?
Sorry, I am working on it.
Okay.
I have too many things open and it's like I don't have as many options for choosing on the Zoom, so I have to close some stuff.
Bill, while Nancy's pulling up the meeting minutes, I will just note for the board that I did notice that on the page 1, Axel Swanson was shown as an alternate, and he is a board member at that time. So we need to take the alternate word off.
This is
And
on
then
December.
on the December meeting minutes.
Oh, yeah.
And since everyone has that from the website, I figured that while we're waiting, we can just note those. And then the only other item I noticed is that on page 18, where it talks about future board meetings, it noted the second Tuesday as our meetings, and it should be the second Thursday. So we should change the word Tuesday to Thursday. So those were the two items that I noticed as changes to the minutes.
Okay. Where is that second correction? Page 18.
Page 18.
On the bottom, the very last line.
Oh, gotcha.
All right, so on this page, we
Okay.
should take the word alternate out because Axel is a board member.
All right, and not new, just
Correct.
right. He was a former. Okay, got it.
And then page 18, the very bottom line. Should be Thursday instead of Tuesday.
Okay.
Okay. Any other corrections, additions? Motion to approve the December 9th meeting minutes?
Olivia, move to approve.
Janet, second.
Okay, if everybody can unmute, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the December 9th meeting minutes are approved. Next item is invitation for public comments. If you have a public comment, if you could use the raise your hand function, we'll try to call on you. If you would please try and keep your comments to under 2 minutes. And if anyone sees a hand that I don't, just shout out. I don't see any hands raised at the moment. One last call for public comments. Going once. Last call for public comments going twice. I don't see any hands up. Does anybody see a hand up? All right, Janice, I think we can move on.
Thank you, Bill. All right, so this is the chair's report, and I do want to note that although today's report is verbal, in the future, I will provide a written report as a pre-read the week before. I think that way we can be as prepared as possible, and you know what the chair's report's going to say, and this becomes more of a dialogue than reporting out verbally. So as chair representing the board, since our meeting in December, I've attended the PRC meeting in January, the Board Development Committee and GCCM committees. Also wanted to point out that as part of the local government House Committee follow-up. A number of us attended the House Local Committee on January 19th, and that included board members Mark Riker, Olivia Yang, and Lisa Vanderloot, and myself, along with Bill Frary and Michael Transu. And so that discussion from the board chair was related to, as we looked at the local government and had considered and provided some feedback informally on the bill, the draft bill from Representative Paulette, that there were items that we had not considered as a board, and that this is an opportunity, if so desired, for CPARB to consider standing up a committee for small works to reimagine and look at how we might be able to have that statute work much better. So that will be one of the items as we look at legislation of interest we can talk about as a board, standing up a committee. Also had some conversations with John Rose with MRSC about a potential budget proviso for professional assistance, which also came out of the local government subcommittee. And I believe that John will be joining us as part of the legislation of interest to talk about his ask to the board. And we did formally send out the survey for the BEDBI subcommittee that came from the board chair. And there was also an email sent out on behalf of OFM on the cost assessment study. It was sent out on February 4th with a link to the survey. And I believe that Walter mentioned that a little bit earlier as part of the agenda. So that'll be one of the items we'll talk about in the meeting. And I'm looking to see if I have missed anything. We also on January 3rd sent out an email sharing about the board vacancies that, or not vacancies, the ones where they are currently recruiting for members. And we thank those that continue to serve on the board. But for the general contractor and architect position, that went out on January 3rd about those positions. And I want to thank Andy Thompson for identifying that the description on the governor's board and commission description for CPARB is out of date and does need to be updated. So we'll be working with the governor's office to make sure that the description of CPARB is up to date and correct. So I believe that those are the things that I've been up to on behalf of the board since our last meeting. Any questions before we move to board engagement? Don't see any hands. So thank you very much. And let's move to board engagement. Is Marika on the call?
I sure am, Janice.
Oh, that's great. Well, I am just so grateful for our partnership with you, Marika, in getting us to this point where one of the things that as the board chair and in collaboration with the board, we've been working on a set of shared commitments on how we work together as a board. And I would say it's even more important as we've continued to be virtual, where we're all this two dimensions on a screen, and instead of being able to be in person, to work well together and make sure that from the standpoint of what we expect from each other, that that's as clear as possible. So I want to just give a huge thank you for Marika leading us to this point. And before she gets going on talking about our final shared commitments and finalize that work today, you know, I found this quote from Simon Sinek that I wanted to read to this group because I think it goes a lot to why we're doing this. And it says, communication is not about saying what we think. Communication is about ensuring others hear what we mean. And that really struck me because I think a lot of our sometimes oopses in communication is that we think we're clear about what we're saying, but the recipient may not be hearing what we meant. And so wanted to just thank the board for taking this extra time to create this document. And then when we conclude with Marika walking us through finalizing this, I do want to just talk about how we might make sure that we embed this in our work. And so take it away, Marika.
Well, thank you, everyone. Again, for those that I may not have met, my name is Marika Bartow. I use she, her pronouns, and I come to you from the Office of Minority Women's Business Enterprises, operating under their umbrella, just here to help facilitate this activity. And very, very excited, going to be really efficient, hopefully, for you today. Janice, I do have one question for you. Would you prefer me avoiding the chat box? Or are you okay with me using it to kind of capture the overall sentiment on a couple of questions I have? I can use reactions instead. I just wanted to ask.
Oh, well, I would say that for this exercise, let's go ahead and use the chat.
Okay.
I do find that sometimes chat can be difficult to manage. And so, but for this section of the agenda, let's go ahead and do that. And perhaps because of course I managed to miss the opening thoughts of the board members. So perhaps as part of this, we can include reactions from the board or just a sentiment of how you're showing up today, because I realize there's a lot on people's minds and legislatures in session. So yeah, that would be fine. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Janice. Yeah, and let me go ahead and leave that space. If you all would like to, I can kind of go around my screen. You can unmute or raise your hand. If you just kind of want to give a little bit of a pulse check of where you are right now, how you're feeling, that would be phenomenal. I am excited to be here not only with you today, but I'm also getting ready. This is my last work day of the week before I go on a longer vacation. So I'm excited there too. So if anybody else wants to share how they're feeling, that would be fantastic. Oh, it's going to be a quiet group today. All right. Don't everybody unmute at once. Oh, okay. Not all right. We don't have to be in the share mode. That is 100% fine. Janice, I appreciate you making that space available and reminding me about it. All right, I'm going to share my screen real quick and then Lisa's got her hand up. Thanks, Lisa. While you're doing that, I'm going to share my screen.
Yeah, I didn't want to let this opportunity get by. I think there's an opportunity here we should all take advantage of how we're feeling and how we're showing up. We're going to do better work if we do that. We're going to better understand each other. So I'm today coming into this really excited about the work ahead. Janice, you're right. There's a lot going on legislatively for many of us, but I'm glad to be here and to move us further in our work. So thank you. And thank you, Marika. You know, you're just a superstar. Thank you for everything that you do. I appreciate it.
I appreciate that, Lisa. Keith, I see your hand up.
Yeah, good morning. I'll also contribute quickly. I know many of you, again, Keith Michelle, representing general contractors this morning, filling in for Andy Thompson. I've met many of you over the years, serving on different subcommittees of CPARB. And yeah, coming to the table this morning on reasonably short notice, but wanted to make time to sit in a little more formally for the morning. And I'm basically showing up with an open mind and want to listen, and will contribute wherever my expertise may support the committee discussions. So thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Irene, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I'm excited. I look forward to making a difference today for the community and also making a difference for myself. If I can achieve those two today, it would be wonderful. Have a peaceful day.
Thank you so much, Irene.
This is John Salinas. Gonna admit I'm a little tired. Just professionally, there's some things going on that are just kind of wearing me out. So I'm trying to get in the zone.
I appreciate you being candid and just letting us know where you are, John. All right. Thank you so much for those that opted to share. I really love that. I didn't know Janice would lead with a quote from Simon Sinek, and it really kind of is a more articulate way to say that it's about the whole conversation around intent versus impact, right? I believe everybody in this room, I believe everybody that I work with has the best of intentions when you enter the space and you're doing the work. We're all public servants and in different forms and facets. And so sometimes though, even with the best of intent, things don't land right, right? It's heard differently, the different cultural lenses that we look, through the world, our eyes at the world. And so we just have to recognize that even though we may have those intentions, those positive intentions, when things don't land right, we have to do something about it. We have to make it right. We have to provide feedback. And so much of the shared commitments you will have come up with allows you to do that, right? And so we're going to wrap this up today. I hope to be done with you in a few minutes here, and then you all just get to have the accountability piece. How do these commitments show up, and how do you embody the commitments? By talking and being in that space with one another. And so I also am a quote person. So you'll notice on the front of this, it says there are only two options regarding commitment. You're either in or you're out. There's no such thing as life in between. Pat Riley is an NBA coach. Had a lot of his teams make it to the championships. And I just thought that was a great thing. You're either in, you're out. And I believe all of you are in based on the interactions we've had building these commitments. So my first question, and I do apologize for folks that are newer that may not have been a part of this process over the last few months. I am not going through each single one of the commitments. There are 5 commitments. Really, we're focusing on these last 3 questions related to the commitments, and then I will finalize the document and get it to Janice so that she can share in its final form. And so we had this one item that was asked to be included, and that was an introduction to the commitment document. And the introduction being the following are the shared commitments adopted by the members of CPARB. RCW 3910-200 and 3910-230 define our purpose, intent, powers, and duties, or what brings us to the table. And these commitments are how we strive to accomplish our charge, how we interact at the table, right? So the commitment is the how we're going to do the work. What I would like you to do, you have a reactions button. It's typically located down at the bottom of your screen. It's a flow toolbar, so it could be a little bit of everywhere. There's a reactions button. If you click on that, there's a 3 dots at the end of it, the ellipsis. And when you click on the ellipsis, there's a yes or no button. So I just want you to click yes if you want this introduction, or no if you don't. And if you can't find it, you can put yes or no in the chat box. So go ahead and do that now. Yes, you want this introduction included, or no, you do not. Seeing a first check mark pop up, appreciate that. Seeing some yeses in the chat. Appreciate Janet and Olivia. Go ahead and using the chat. There we go. We got Eric and Santosh. All right, Walter and Corey. Overwhelmingly, we are getting yeses here. So with confidence, based on the chat box and based on my visual on the screen, we are going to include this introduction. And so I am just going to take a note that this is going to be included in the document. Really appreciate you all learning some about Zoom and finding those reaction buttons so we can do some more technology here. All right, so the next point, this is our second of 3. In the commitment that we have of respect, the following comment was made. Showing honesty versus being honest. Showing honesty could be perceived as being political, as this is a trait of most political people. Being honest can be perceived as being too direct, and at times result in other stakeholders reacting that a person's perspective is not considerate of theirs. We need to, as a board, be respectful and understand points of view can be very different, and our forum is an opportunity to discuss openly. We all represent our stakeholders. CPARB appeal is the big table that's unlike any other in the public contracting arena. So the question is, do we want it to read showing honesty or being honest? And what I will do is I'm going to share I'm going to share the actual document real quick so you can see more what I'm referring to. And let me make this a little bigger. So right here, you can kind of see there's a comment. That same comment is over the top of it. It says showing honesty with one another. That's the full statement. Do we want it to read showing honesty or, whoops, And I'm sorry if that's not showing up. There we go. Do we want it to read showing honesty or being honest? You're going to use the chat box for this one. And I'm sorry, we just lost the screen. So in the chat box, if you don't mind, please put either showing or being. Oh, overwhelmingly, you all are amazing. You did that very quick and I appreciate it. It is by far being honest. I actually did not see a showing honest whatsoever. So we are going to be putting in being honest. I really appreciate that. And thank you for dealing with my technical difficulties there for a second. All right, my last question for you today. The purpose commitment. The first segment or the first statement currently reads, staying focused on the purpose of CPARB by using agendas without our personal agenda. The proposal was made for this verbiage to say, staying focused on the purpose of CPARB by using agendas and engage in board matters with a professional approach, recognizing each member's personal life experiences. So a little bit more words, but a lot more clarity. What I would like you to do is using the chat box. Would you prefer the original statement or the changed statement? So first or second will also work. So John, thank you. I see second one, Robin, second one. Again, you could say original and new. You can say first or second. I will understand exactly what you mean. Seeing all seconds right now. Thank you all. I really appreciate it. Okay. So overwhelmingly, it looks like we are going to do the proposed change to that statement. I told you I was going to be quick today. Here's my thank you. Should be, or so Walter, thank you. Second, but it should be engaging. All right. I will write that down to make that. And Bill, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Your choice. So I'm going to leave you with this. Again, I'm going to make these changes. I'm going to send the final document out to you all. And I think what I'm so excited about is to, I have conversations with Janice fairly often, and I know she wants to continue conversations with me into the future is the accountability piece. It's the, what does this look like in action? Right. And in the virtual world, sometimes we have more opportunity to have conversations. Sometimes we have less. Sometimes it feels like there's more barriers. But what I ask of you is when things don't feel right, when things don't sound right, address them, have the conversation, hold each other to these shared commitments, be in the space where you're willing to have the conversations. It's tough. You have to be vulnerable. You have to be willing to extend yourself out there to have these talks. Someone who was training me a few years ago said, feedback should be viewed as a gift. And what is the first thing we say when someone gives us a gift is thank you. And that should be whenever anybody is willing to enter that space with you. If you say thank you as the first thing, thank you for coming, thanks for bringing it up. And then we start to talk about what can we do better? How can we rephrase things? How can we do things differently? You all are going to be in a great space if you embody these commitments and really make them as the how you're doing all your work. You all have been amazing. I really appreciate you being open and vulnerable, taking the phone calls from some of you to discuss, what was going on. For the folks that were willing to review the commitments via email and give me feedback and on how to articulate things better. But really, I'll just open this time. If you have any questions for me or for Janice or what this is going to look like, just let me know. All right, Janice, sounds like my work is done.
Well, I just want to thank you. Let's do the applause. Thank you so much for doing this work. It is not easy to try to, I'm going to say, gather feedback from a broad coalition of industry leaders and get to a consensus of a document for how we commit to working together. And so really appreciate it. I think the next piece of this I want to talk about that Marika has also helped me with is, we've done a lot of work then to try to create these commitments. So how are we going to use it? And she talked a little bit about that. So I want to make a recommendation that in our agenda at the bottom, we will add those 5 values as part of our documents for how we work together as part of CPARB. And Marika, you and I also chatted about the fact that at the beginning of our meetings, just displaying as a reminder of those shared commitments so that they become top of mind and we're grounded in those commitments as we begin our work together. And I would say that I will, as your chair, also try to model the way, and hopefully you can correct me with grace, and that we do this work together, knowing that we're grounded in this shared commitments. So part of that is me adding that chair's report and committing to the pre-reads so that we can be as efficient as possible here in this space on CPARB, and raising our hands and then making sure that we give everyone a chance to contribute and speak. So you'll see me trying to model that and bring that into our space. So I just, again, Marika, I want to thank you very much for doing this work with us. And I would say this too, my sense is that although we've done this work and we have these commitments, we will revisit that from time to time. If there's something that isn't working or some words that we want to adjust, we will certainly make sure that we do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you all. It was an honor and a privilege. Keep doing amazing work that you're doing. And I look forward to talking to you in the future.
Okay,
take care.
Great. Thank you. All right. So we are now at, we're actually a few minutes early. We've got our committee report on JOC, which is next on deck. So welcome, Linda.
Good morning. Good morning. So we're here, we have a couple, one request and an update. So we have a couple member changes we would like to get approved with the board. We have
Do you have anything to share? Sorry about that.
Say that again, Nancy?
Do you have anything to share on the screen?
No,
Okay.
nothing to share on the screen.
All right.
We have the UW representative has moved on, and we need to switch out Anna Doble with Beck each. Beck has been working with JOC program since the infancy of it. She spent a little bit of time away, but has been a part of it and is actually leading that group now. We also have Maya Huff that's stepping down for WSU, and she has advised that she'd like to have Jason Harper take her spot. And Jason's also been working with the with WSU and their JOC program since pretty much the infancy as well. And then we have a switch in membership. Mr. Levander is stepping down as a voting member. And we have to replace him is Bramby Tolan with the city of Shoreline. She's been a non-voting member of the committee for several years now. They've just started with the JOC program within the last year, and we would like to add her as part of the voting membership.
I do have that list if you'd like to look at it real quick.
Any
would be great.
Okay, so at this point we need a motion or a nomination to make those changes.
Yes.
This is Irene. This is a motion to make changes on the JOC committee.
This is Olivia, second.
Great. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Great. Well, we welcome the new members to the committee.
And then we have one other little bit of news, good news. We are scheduled, tentatively scheduled with 2 best practice guidelines workshops in 2022 for the AGC to give the at least half a day workshop on that. And then we're scheduled in May with the APWA MRSC group, their CAPE committee, to give the best practice guidelines workshop. And that'll be another half day workshop in May. So it's starting to roll out. We're excited about that.
Well, that's wonderful. I know this has been an important piece of work for CPARB to have these best practices and get them rolling out. So thank you very much for all your efforts. It's been really a multi-year effort, and it's an exciting time to have this very important training being provided.
Thank you.
Irene.
Yeah, can I just please request, how do you, Linda, how do you and make the announcement to the public to attend?
So those venues, those agencies have, for instance, the APWA CAPE committee, it is posted on the APWA site, and every member of every APWA gets a notification of upcoming training. And then also MRSC is a co-sponsor of those workshops, and they put it out on their site and on their training site also. And Quinn can speak to the AGC, how they notify.
So it's going to be on the AGC website. Irene, I would love to send it to whoever you want us to communicate with from OMWBE when those classes are, so that can get out to a broader community than just whoever has the connections with those memberships.
That's
You can
great.
also
That's
send those to me. I can make sure they get posted on the CPARB and PRC websites as well.
Perfect.
that is very important, and thank you so much for considering that. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? All right, seeing no questions, thank you so much, Linda and Quinn. And we're excited to participate in the training and have this document available. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Great. All right. So the next item on our agenda is legislation of interest. So Bill will lead us in this part.
Okay, so if we could get Nancy that spreadsheet on bill activity the week of 2/7. And I'm going to need some help on this because I'm not current on what is happening with each of these. And I don't know that we want to go through each one individually.
Bill, I
So-
believe that in this segment, what we want to do is if there are bills that you believe should be part of our tracker, to let us know.
Okay.
And then John Rose wanted to come as part of a budget proviso that he's been working on with Representative Paulette, that believe he wanted to attend at this part of the meeting to make an ask of us. So I don't know if John is here, but those were, I would say, Bill, the two
Okay.
items that is part of this agenda.
Okay. Is John here yet? Does anybody, John, are you here? I don't see him.
I haven't seen him.
Okay. I know there's one I heard on the news, and I don't know that if it's a bill or not, or if somebody's just talking about it, that someone was trying to introduce a bill to change the requirement that a bond needs a simple majority to pass versus a supermajority. And I don't know, does anybody know if that's actually being floated this session?
That is a current bill, and I think it's made it pretty far in the process.
Okay. I think that affects a lot of our stakeholders, so I'd like to see that on the list. Walter, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would just briefly like to say that the architects have year after year after year supported this measure and advocated for it at the legislature. So you'd get very strong support from architects across the state.
Awesome. I know the general contractors would feel the same. Karen?
Hi, Karen Mosaker, representing school districts. I just wanted to say there's a companion joint resolution that goes with that bill for simple majority, because they would have to amend the Constitution for that. So we should track both if we're going to track the bill.
Okay, good point.
Oh, yeah. If I get the number, then I will also post a companion bill.
Does anybody have the number to give to Talia?
I do. Give me 1 second and I'll put it in the chat for you, Talia.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other bills that we want to add to our list?
We can scroll down. There are more on the second page.
Okay. And then are there any of these that we want to talk about in this meeting? Does anybody have any updates, comments, or concerns about any of these? Let's see any hand raised. Walter, I think your hand is still raised or newly raised. There we go. Okay. Thank you, Karen. I see that in the chat, so that'll be helpful to track that. If there's no other discussion here, then I think we can move on. I'll give it back to you, Janice.
Okay, thank you. Bill, I think what might have happened is that our legislation of interest was supposed to start at 9 o'clock, and that might be why John Rose is not here yet.
Okay.
So what we might want to do is.
Oh, just to chime in, I'm here, Janice. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, great.
Just
I know
in
we
time.
started a few minutes early, so John, go ahead. Maybe you can make your ask.
Okay, thank you. And let me share my screen. Oh, can you enable my screen sharing, please? Thank you. All right, so thank you everyone for your time this morning. Wanted to follow up with this body on some additional information that's been happening over the winter. And the purpose for me coming before you today is there has been a budget proviso submitted for public assistance related to both contractors and local government agencies. And this was a recommendation that came out of CPARB's recent study that was completed in June. And so today we're looking to gather support from CPARB at large for this proviso, as well as to make an ask to reach out to CPARB's associated legislators for their support as this goes through the Appropriations Committee process. So I wanted to orient folks that may not have been present while this study was being completed on just where the last couple months have brought us to this point. So in June of 21, we completed a study that CPARB and MRC and DES have been working in partnership on for about 1.5 years. And out of that study came 8 distinct recommendations. And we were able to take those recommendations and present that to the Local Government House Committee. Janice and myself were able to, and DES were able to attend that presentation. And one of those recommendations, which I'll show you in a moment, was around this professional assistance. And so something I don't have noted here, but there was an attempt to put together a bill around those recommendations. And ultimately, it was decided to wait until next year to try and move that bill comprehensively forward. I think there were some new items beyond the recommendations that it was looking to add into there. And I think CPARB's response is, gee, we need some additional time to review these other items. And so aside from that, there was a decision to move forward with a budget proviso for this specific recommendation. And that was submitted here just in the last couple of weeks. So we're in the midst of the scrum of the budget process right now, and then the legislative session will be closing March 10th. So for some folks, this particular slide will look familiar. This is one slide describing 4 of the recommendations that would require additional maintenance. So just want to remind folks that this was one of the recommendations out of the study here: provide professional assistance to local government for contracting guidance and marketing outreach to contractors. And then just to give folks some eyes onto the language of the proviso here. So this is for funding for 1.4 million for both PTAC and MRSC to assist in technical assistance. And you can see some of the items that this technical assistance would cover. Something to note at the bottom here is one of the goals of the study was to take a look at ways to increase participation for WIMBY businesses. And this is something we've been working in alignment with OMWB on. We've had the chance to meet for several months here, and so we're considering different strategies to try and move that effort forward as a collaborative effort, in addition to the bullet points that are specific to technical training. And so this was an original slide that was before the board and before the subcommittee that had worked on this. But again, there's a vision of a collaborative effort to help both on the technical front and the inclusion efforts for WIMBY businesses. But beyond the technical training and outreach, there's also an intention to work closely with CPARB on some of the continuing work of developing best practices for alternative project delivery, and then trying to work to disseminate that across the state. So MRSC's mission is to help support local government. And so we are in a space of, helping to develop content and distribute that amongst all of the local owners. And I know that's something that CPARB has increasingly tried to work on in the public works space as well. So we think there's a collaborative moment to be seized there. In addition to that, I think it was Representative Pollitt's Hope, who is the champion of this submission, who has worked closely with CPARB on some assignments that have been given to them to continue the work on some of these suggested provisions. And these were items that were asked for CPARB to review with a pretty tight time frame, and the response was, again, we need some more time to review this. And so there's an intention here with this funding to continue the work of reviewing these for CPARB's ultimate either recommendation and suggestions on the specific implementation. So one of Representative Pollitt's highest interest items is this first bullet point here, an evaluation of the viability of moving the small works roster threshold from 350 to 500,000, and what implementation steps would make that again viable. So again, today's ask is we're looking for CPARB's general support, and then we have a letter of support that has come from Representative Pollitt that we're looking to send out to CPARB's associated legislators. So with that, let me pause, trying to go through this rapidly just to give space for questions here. What questions or what specifics can I go into to help explain this ask any further?
And John, before we take general questions, I wonder if Lisa might want to say a few words, because the original recommendation was MRSC, PTAC, and OMWBE. So the current ask of the budget proviso is slightly different, that does not include OMWBE. So then we can all be on the same page for where we are today versus where we were when the local government subcommittee concluded our work.
Great. And Lisa, I can defer to your comments here. And I can help
Sure.
chime in anywhere that's helpful there too.
Well, I'll say a few things and then I'll ask Rachel Murata, who from our staff, who has been working closely with John and PTAC. You're right. We are not in the budget proviso. We have grown incredibly over the last year and almost doubling. So we are very comfortable that we can partner with in this effort with the existing staff, but we're still looking at this. And, you know, it could change next year, but right now we feel pretty comfortable. And I know that Rachel's been working closely again with John and with Tiffany at PTAC. Rachel, do you want to comment?
Yeah, I think that, Lisa, I don't have much more to add except that yeah, we've been meeting with the folks from PTAC and our MRSC every month, and a lot of good ideas in the works, and we think that we'll be able to participate meaningfully without asking for funding. So even though we're not in the proviso, we're excited about this collaboration.
Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you both. Lisa, does that, I mean, sorry, Janice, does that help?
Yes, yes, it does. I just want to make sure that, because, you know, those, when we're close to the topic, we have that context. And I just wanted to make sure that we brought the board along in the journey of the fact that there is no budget ask in here for OMWBE is because they are separately funded. And as Lisa says, that we are working in collaboration, and that this is also a collaboration with CPARB also as a board.
Great.
And then I would say it's questions and also that you have an ask of us, correct?
Yes, yes. So again, that ask is there are legislators associated with CPARB, and we have a letter of support that we're hoping that we can authorize Janice to reach out for that support on behalf of this body. And so I think we're looking for CPARB's as a board, their approval for that action.
Okay, I see Lisa with her hand up.
I just have a question about process, and John, we've talked about this, and Rachel, maybe you can provide some input. How does this work with letters to legislators or support? For instance, John, I shared with you, being part of the governor's cabinet, we have to only advocate for things in his budget. So how does that work for CPARB? If it's not in the governor's budget, I'm not sure. I'm just asking a process question.
Yeah, so I will admit this space is a little new for MRSC and PTAC as well. But what we understand from Representative Pollitt is he's looking for, you know, to spread the word that this is a positive step to take, and to gather, and you know, to let other legislators know about this and to gather their support, so that when they go through the process of budget formation with the appropriations committee, that there's enough folks that are like, oh yes, I'm familiar with this, I understand, and I'm supportive of this.
But that's then advocating for the proviso, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's not in the governor's budget.
Correct, yes. So we spoke with the governor's office, and their feedback is they're supportive of this. There was just a lot going on when the governor's budget was formed. And so their suggestion was to go through this budget proviso process. Let's see here. What other questions can we help?
Thank you, John. Perfect.
Oh, sorry, thank you. And I see Irene.
Yes, thank you. I was just, this is just a question. I don't know if it's related, but it could be related to the bill because, PTAC does not charge small businesses for their assistance, correct?
Correct.
Now, can you explain to me how a small business or a small diverse business would come to be a member of your MRSC so they could bid? Because this is what I noticed. Some of the smaller cities, they use your company to post their bids. So are you charging a fee for that small business to access the bid?
So you might be referring to the Small Works roster. So that's a separate program that we manage. And so to join that, we do have a free option. So, you know, if you want to advertise your services with 9 agencies or less, that's free. If you want to have broad advertising across an entire county or a larger region, we have a nominal fee of $75 a year, and that helps sustain the program. But beyond that, if you're looking for more targeted support, that might be the Small Works roster you're referring to. Tiffany, I see oh, sorry.
Yeah, so there is a fee for anybody, any business who want to bid on your Small Works roster. There is a fee.
For above 9 agencies.
Yeah, Irene, a lot of our clients use the free version. Just fine if they are small, but if they want that convenience of getting more opportunities, then they pay the fee. But I think inherent in your question is the split between who's going to do what between MRSC and PTAC. And our vision is that PTAC will support businesses in their efforts to compete effectively and understand the marketplace and understand estimating and bonding and all that fun things. And John will be more on the agency education side, helping them prepare to have nice, clean, beautiful proposals and solicitations that our companies can bid on.
This is just a concern, and I hope I deliver it eloquently. There's a lot of small businesses there wanting to bid. We are here creating opportunities, opening up, possibilities for them. If we start charging them just to access these bids and contracts, that is not a fair playing field. Your government, you're supposed to distribute it for free. What bids are there? It has, to me, this is my personal opinion, we have created a barrier by doing that.
So I think that's good feedback. I think that's the type of topic we could probably discuss more on, as we, talk about best practices, for public works in general. So I can say that this has been the structure for the last 10 years that MRC's had this program. So if there's a desire, to modify the structure here, I think that's something that, between CPARB and MRC, we could definitely discuss.
Yes, I have to state, I've been around for 29 years this year. And in the old days, there were no fees to sign up to bid on anything. Why are we doing that today? That's just a big question mark. Nothing offensive. It's just a big question mark.
Yeah. So not to steer this further, to try and answer your question succinctly. We have nominal amounts that we have to charge to help sustain the program for the folks that we hire to administer it across the 650 agencies that we do this for. So again, we try and provide a free option so that we're not stopping access for our smallest businesses. So again, up to those 9 agencies. And again, this is the structure we use just to try and help sustain the program. Now, if there's a way to move to an alternative financing model, like that's something that we should definitely talk about. But again, the $75 is the lowest amount that we can try and charge to try and just keep the program running, because it is something that is almost a statewide equivalent to WEBS.
Very good point. John, may I ask, please, who Does the local government pay you?
Yes.
Do you charge them? There you
Yes.
go. Then why are you charging the small business? You're already charging, you're charging both.
So again, pretty nominal amounts for both. And so the model had been small amounts for both sides. But again, this is something that we're discussing where we're saying like, hey, is this something we want to approach the agencies to push the costs all on their side? But I think CPARB is a great venue for this, as we have representation on both sides to say, hey, is there a desire to shift to an agency funded model or a state funded model? And I think this is a great, group to try and run that type of decision by.
I would love to be in your group. Thank you. I appreciate it. But I just want you to see the perspective from a small business standpoint, right?
Yes. Yes.
The government, they have the money. They're the ones needing the bid, the service. So
Yeah.
they pay you. Why are the small businesses being billed just to bid or even get a copy of the bid? That is, to me, a big barrier. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the comments. Yeah. So, again, the purpose of this funding here is we see there's about to be a lot of infrastructure money coming down the pike. And what, the desire for Tiffany and I is to be able to have clarity in what processes are available and how to put together a clean solicitation. And then on the contractor side, how to be able to receive those and respond effectively to have the best chance to win those contracts, and especially for those disadvantaged businesses that we can help support their education and make sure they have the resources to be able to respond effectively when they're able to compete.
So
I see Keith. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, not a question, John, just a point of support. I served on the local government Public Works Committee with you and a few others previously, and the work I'm currently doing with the Business Equity and First Business Committee. I see this funding piece as very valuable in terms of the recommendations that the committee formulated. I think the investment will go a long way to effectively helping improve and refine an already very viable, good pathway to contracting for small businesses. And so what I really like about it and in support of it is that it puts the money into the capable hands that can really distribute and create some real impact, I think, within public contracting for the exact businesses that we're hoping to show a benefit to. And so for that, my stakeholder and sitting in for Andy Thompson role today, it just comes with my recommendation.
Great, thank you. I will say to both Keith and Irene's point, one of the things that John and I spoke about was in the budget proviso, adding the words in collaboration with CPARB and OMWBE, so that we know that we're working in partnership, even though the board is all volunteer, so we're not looking for funding for the board. And then OMWBE has their separate funding as well. And then I would say that the other one that I do want to point out to the board, and maybe Walter, you could speak to this because I believe it was stood up when you were chair. There is a not currently stood up education committee, and I believe that committee was set up to contemplate how we might be collecting information as part of training of some of the best practices that we've developed. And so perhaps part of this collaboration will be how we leverage PTAC and MRSC for some of that training as well. So I just want to put that out there. And then Olivia, I see your hand was up and then down. Did you want to make any comments?
Thank you. The only comment or observation is that this is like many of the things we work with. It's complicated. And so to allow a full and thorough discussion of the issues brought up by Irene, maybe it's part of a small works roster discussion. Because I think the barriers that Irene is talking about is really around the small works roster, touching on the proviso, but not necessarily covering the proviso, unless I completely misunderstand Irene. Maybe I did. Irene, did I goof up here? Because I think your question.
I think that's good. That's a good point. Thank you.
Okay, just checking. Thank you.
Yep. So I would say that at this point, what we are looking for then is a motion for the board chair to sign on to a letter of support for this budget proviso. And whether we, as a board, want to do that. So I'm looking for that motion.
Okay,
Okay.
This is Olivia. I would move that we support it.
Okay, do we have a second?
This is Cara. I'll second that.
Great. And okay, well, any other comments before we vote?
Can you clarify what we're voting on?
Okay, so let's take a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Bill's wondering exactly what the resolution is.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Had a brain fart there.
I thought you were just
Okay,
ignoring me.
So we are, I'm sorry. I guess my head was, okay. So we are making a motion that CPARB and myself as chair would work with John to sign on to a letter of support for the budget proviso of funding for MRSC and PTAC to provide the training and resources for both owners and the industry in those areas. John, I don't know if you want to put that back up about that particular proviso, and then we can confirm that's what we meant.
Oops. This is the proviso language here. Is that helpful?
There we go. Yes.
There we go. Okay.
Okay. And our request would be that this language also includes in collaboration with CPARB and OMWBE. So that would be the what we're voting on.
And I will say we have submitted that request to modify that language. We have limited power to have Representative Pollitt complete that, but we have submitted the request to do that.
Well, with the board's approval, I can also do some of that advocacy as well. Okay, so those that moved and seconded are you still supportive of what we just discussed? And Irene, you have your hand up.
Oh, I do have a question. I don't know if it's appropriate right now because she already called the motion, right? Or
well, I think
are you still asking for discussion?
We have the motion, we have the second, and now we have any additional questions or comments or discussion. So this is the right time.
Right. I was just wondering too, John, how is that 1.4 million distributed? And I see that, you know, you're increasing participation of women and minority-owned businesses. But as I told you, if you start to bill them and charge them for being, you know, for being able to access the bid or the contracts out in your website, then that is a big barrier. You're not increasing because you're going to be decreasing participation if you start to charge them. So I just want to know what of that 1.4 million will free up, will open up to increase participation. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Should I respond to that, Janice? Sorry. Okay. Again, what you're referring to is our Small Works program, and that's a separate program that has a specific funding component that you're referring to. So that's where I'm saying, again, we can take a look at that particular structure independently, but this particular money is meant to help bring on additional FTEs to be able to do this particular work here, educating agencies on how to use the processes that are available to them, how to help support small businesses and understanding how to respond to those solicitations, and then how to perform additional outreach to minority and women-owned businesses. So the collaboration piece with OMWB, that's the piece that the participation is meant to focus on. And so this is where we're anticipating, creating outreach events, holding different trainings that talk about best practices for agencies here. So your particular concern around the Small Works roster process, that's going to have to be a separate conversation for that particular component. But the participation piece that we're referring to here, this is around outreach and education for agencies on best practices to include these types of small businesses.
Janice.
Go ahead, Olivia.
Thank you. I think, John, if I may, Irene, I think maybe the question is, you've now gotten funding from the legislature. Is there an anticipation that when you do the training, when the student is a small or diverse, in particular a micro business, that the cost of training is not a barrier to those businesses? I think that might be.
Correct. So the intention is for any of this training to not have a cost associated with it. The only cost we're referring to is to join the rosters program, and that is simply around like getting onto owners' rosters that they maintain. So that's a separate component here. But any of this training that we form here, this is meant to be, without charge to the contractors that are receiving this.
But okay, now I'm confused, John. Could you clarify, please? The training is open to anyone, whether or not you've subscribed to the roster.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Does
Yeah,
that help?
thanks for the.
Just wondering, Irene, if that clarifies it a little bit for Irene also.
Not exactly, but I'm okay. Thank you.
You can beat me up later.
Well, I think part of this will be in collaboration with CPARB, will be working hand in hand with John and Tiffany to make sure that if this budget proviso is approved, that we are providing that feedback of how best to craft the training and the assistance. Santosh.
Thank you, Janice. And John, pardon me, my knowledge of everything that MSRC does is limited, so please excuse me for that. But I have seen the benefit, and I'm talking about this purely from an A&E perspective. I have seen the benefits of getting on the roster, at least on the municipal works realm, and then different agencies can tap into, so you have to submit the qualifications once. It's on the, I would liken it to what we do on the PE side with the NCEES. You submit your calls once, and then all the agencies get to use it. So that has been certainly an improvement in the last 5 to 10 years, I would say. And hopefully some of that can be extrapolated to what, as part of the 1.4 million work that we are trying to do here, at least for the small businesses. So that's one point I'd like to make. The second point, John, is, and this is a little bit of an aside, two of the things that keep coming up in our BEDBI committee conversations, the two kind of overarching themes are network access and access to capital. So in your training, please consider this access to capital component, how small businesses would interact with banking folks and such, and kind of an owner preparedness for that. So that's what I would offer. Thank you, John.
That's some great feedback. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or questions before we vote? Irene?
That's just a reminder, though, that when you say outreach, let's make it effective outreach.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of outreach happening right now and it has not reached the pockets of the small, diverse communities.
And I think that was the intent, you know, that was the discussion we had out of the CPARB subcommittee, that there are a lot of individual attempts at outreach. And so this is part of the collaboration with OMWBE, PTAC and MRSC to say, like, let us coordinate our efforts so that there's not overlapping competing work being done.
And one of the best outreach that Tiffany at PTAC does is her March event, Hair Alliance. That's a very good, you know, venue to network. Thank you.
Yes, everyone sign up. A great plug for that.
Yes, thank you. Well, we're really excited to have this resource. I mean, it was certainly something that came out of the local government subcommittee under CPARB for identifying the need for this work to be done and having budget to do that. So any other comments or questions?
Irene, this is Olivia. I might want to modify my resolution or something.
Okay, go ahead.
So if we say three things, one, that we move that CPARB supports this, but that we delegate to the chair, Janice, you, to write the letter, and that we delegate to you to advocate where appropriate on behalf of CPARB, if there's a hearing or something. So, I mean, I don't think after this discussion, I think you can get a feeling for where the board's at. And I don't know that, you know, we need to recirculate or whatever, the letter or anything like that. So that was it.
Thank you, Olivia. That's correct. So with this vote, you would be essentially approving for me as chair to provide to author or sign on to a letter of support, as well as advocacy on the budget proviso. Irene.
I have a suggestion too on your letter. You might want to just add as well, you know, here are the you know, this is how we're going to measure the outcome. We're going to create a report, or we'll report to you, we'll get back, you know, something to that matter, that they know that you're going back to them with some results.
So maybe to speak to that process. So when this money is set aside, the intention is for Commerce to manage the distribution of this. And I think that's where your comment comes into play. You know, money isn't just a word without any expectation of outcome.
Yes.
So that's where Janice in particular can help to form, here are the outcomes that should happen with this money.
Here are our expectations, and then here will, you know, with some outcome, right?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that detail usually gets formed in the supplemental phase of the process, but
And you know what? And you know what you just did? You're held accountable.
That's right.
Janice? But we were all very respectful,
Yes. Thank you.
Go ahead, Valerie.
For a clarification of the minutes, I'm going to take Olivia's recommendation just as a clarification of the motion and not a friendly amendment, okay?
Okay, that sounds great. Okay, are we ready to vote now? Okay, I see head nods. All those in favor, unmute and say aye.
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 All right, any
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
Okay, I'm gonna take those as still ayes. All right, any opposed? And any abstentions? Great, well, thank you very much, John, for coming and sharing with us about this. We're excited about this opportunity to actually get some funding for the very things that we've been talking about that's necessary for supporting local government. So thank you.
Thank you so much,
Okay.
everyone.
All right, thank you. And now our next item on the agenda is OMWBE follow-up from December 9th. And we understand there's an executive order 2201 that you will share with us. Lisa and Rachel.
Actually, Timolyn Abram, who's our Assistant Director of Supplier Diversity, will be joining me in this presentation since she'll be doing a lot of the implementation. But Rachel is here and she's very involved in all of our work, so we're appreciative of her efforts. I think, did we send you a slideshow? Did Talia, did you get that?
Yes, we did.
Okay, could I get that up, please?
Do you want us to share, or does either of you wish to share?
Oh, I thought we sent it to you to share. Whatever works for you, I'll need to get it up. What would you prefer, Talia?
Either way, let's see here. I can probably get to it real quick.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. We just need it for our records for sure, but I'm happy to share it. Swear it's not going to interfere with everybody. Okay.
So I will just say while Talia's teeing that up that, we have, because we're doing so much work with the equity and WIMBY firms, I think it's always very helpful to hear from OMWBE because they're doing a lot of work in this area. Of course, that's their mission. And so I'm just excited for Lisa and her team to provide the information. So thank you.
Okay, are you seeing your...
Oh, I see it now. Thank you. Now, can you, when I ask you to move forward, would you mind going to the next slide? I'm sorry.
Will do.
Thank you, Talia. Okay, so next slide. Wanted to give a brief update on 2201, which is the executive order that the governor issued a few weeks ago on equity and public contracting. Talia, can you go to the next slide?
Wait a minute, for some reason it's not working. Come on.
Okay, well, I can just keep going if that's easier. I'll just keep going because I know we're tight on time. So I'm sorry, I'm looking at something different here. Okay, so let me just get going. The executive order that the governor put out charges OMWBE is responsible for the implementation. And that means all of the executive and small agency cabinets are to use the newly developed tools for equity and public contracting. And I think I've talked about if we've developed those over the last couple of years. And we're also continue to lead the implementation of the roadmap to contracting equity, which was developed in the 2019 disparity study. So what does this mean? So there's a 6-month implementation timeline. And that means, and what I want to point out here is with this executive order is it is not asking agencies anymore to please do this. It is a directive from the governor and there are requirements that must be made. So agencies in the next 6 months must designate a supplier diversity agency contact that will work with our office. They also must review, incorporate, and adopt the appropriate tools for equity and public spending, which Timolyn will explain a little bit more later. And then they must conduct outreach to OMWBE and DBA certified businesses before entering into new contracts. And then, of course, we will continue to collaborate with our partner, Department of Enterprise Services, to offer training, guidance, and technical assistance to agencies. And I don't know if Tara's on this in this meeting, but Tara Smith has been a great partner. She came to DES a few months ago, but has really worked with me, and her staff and my staff are are working closely on supplier diversity. And then, of course, we will lead the data collection compliance with what we are calling our access equity system. And so these are the things that will happen over the next 6 months. Again, this is a lot of work that has happened over the last couple of years, and we will be meeting with agencies, and you know, some agencies are well on their path to equity. Others, you know, we need to work with, but we will be holding people accountable. And I'm going to ask Timolyn to talk about what you can expect, or what agencies can expect, you know, fiscal year 2023 and beyond. Timolyn?
Thank you, Lisa, and thank you for having us here today. So looking forward for fiscal year 2023 and beyond, OMWBE will hold agencies accountable for implementation of Executive Order 22-01. And the small business owner is asking, what does that mean, and what does that look like? So OMWBE will be looking closely at how agencies have adopted the tools for equity and public spending. That is important because the tools include planning and forecasting, outreach, inclusion plans, and internal processes that may really amplify the barriers to correct for participation. Also, prior to entering into new contracts, including master or primary contracts, agencies will search available directories for certified businesses, conduct outreach, and ensure that if there is a contracting inclusion plan that's required for the work, that it's being discussed at pre-bid conferences, and that the contracting inclusion plans are a requirement when there are subcontracting opportunities on a contract. So OMWBE will also lead efforts for the enterprise level data collection system, which is Access Equity. And that's important because we're going to be looking at prompt pay, how our agencies are paying the subcontractors and the contractors, just making sure that that everything is being monitored, looked at, and assessed for participation. So Access Equity, just really quickly, is going to provide us highly detailed information relating to the prime vendors and subcontractors and public spending, because it will improve our data and participation. So Washington State Department of Transportation and DES will be required to review the bonding, insurance, retainage, and experience requirements to make recommendations to eliminate barriers to minority and women and veteran-owned businesses in this area. That's important because a lot of RFPs, I have a 30-year contracting background as well, and some of our requirements are pushing our small business out of participation, you know, asking for 10 years of state level contracting experience in an RFP when they do have the knowledge, skills, and abilities to perform the work is a barrier to our businesses. So we're going to be really looking at that and being really intentional as we move forward. Also, by the end of June 2023, OMWBE will report quarterly on each agency's progress towards its goals for participation by certified minority, women-owned businesses, veteran-owned businesses over the baseline established in 2022. And all state agencies will be onboarded to begin using the new Access Equity data collection and monitoring and reporting system by June 2023. And we will continue to work with DES on the monthly toolkit workshops and any workshop that will help us with training. For example, we just recently had workshops in regards to inclusion plans, because what I've seen as being in contracting role with agencies is that it's really easy for agencies to copy and paste what they did the year before. And we really want them to be intentional in their responses. We added supplemental questions. So moving forward, you're going to have a lot of contact with myself and my team, but it's all positive. It's all just trying to make things better in this space. So thank you, Lisa.
Sure. And I want to emphasize that Timolyn's team, when she says team, we literally had one person doing this work for years. One person reaching out to 63 agents one year. We have grown that team from 1 to 5 in the last 6 months, with Timolyn leading that. Timolyn's been with us about 6 months. Some of her team is just as new as 3 months. So we're, you know, she's getting a strategic plan together. There's still a lot of work of gelling even that team. But the good news is with this increase is that, you know, they'll be able to have these meetings with agencies quarterly rather than once a year. So they'll be able to look at the numbers and say on goals and inclusion of, you know, you're not making movement here. Let's look at other options, or you're doing great. Here's some more things you can do. Really working with the agencies. And then of course, if things are not going well and after repeated attempts, or there's something not working, you know, there'll be course corrections or correction plans. But we're really excited about this work, and Timolyn's doing great work with her team. So thank you, Timolyn.
Well, thank you for that update, Lisa and Rachel and Timolyn. Very, very helpful. I'm wondering, before we start taking questions, just because we have some new board members, when you say agency, can you clarify which agencies they are? Because it is not every public owner. Is that correct?
Yes, great question. Oh, Lisa, were you going to take that? Okay, so when I say agencies, it's public agencies within the state of Washington state agencies, but it's also higher ed. And higher ed, I recognize they are so ready to do this work and to commit to use access equity. So we're gonna just really just throw that net out as far as we can, because this work is so very important. And I really want to thank Lisa for just really emphasizing the accountability of this work. You know, we have EOs, we have House bills, and all of those are just really seeds in this effort. And so we're going to just use every seed that we can to make things better in this space.
Yeah, thank you. Well, you know, it's no surprise to the board that data collection and oversight and accountability is something that we talk about a lot. And there has certainly been times over the years where there's been a push for CPARB to be, as a board, that oversight or data collection repository. And so we, I would say, have been very consistent in the board being an advisory body to the legislature, and that the data collection and oversight are important. It's just that we work in collaboration with other departments and groups to make that happen. So it's very helpful to hear the work that OMWBE has resources and are doing this work to address those very important items. So Irene, you have your hands up?
Yes, thank you so much for the great presentation and clarification. I have, you know, just one question. When you were forming all this, you know, group, did you have feedback from your DBE certified firms regarding their experience with the state? Do you have feedback or input from them?
Yes, I'll take that. Thank you, Irene. Great question. We did have feedback from our businesses because that was really important to us, because we want our businesses to have a voice. And a lot of time we have just been working and doing the same things year after year. But it was important for us to make sure that these businesses had a voice, they had a representative, and that's what Lisa has, you know, gave us the charge just to really get input and listen and hear what our suppliers and businesses are wanting to say. So yes, we did do that, and we received great feedback, great suggestions and questions that really informed the EO.
Yeah, and also I'm writing a book about being a state contractor. So I probably could share some of those secrets to you also. So one more thing, you know, this is from my experience, you know, having done business on the private and the government sector. What I don't appreciate them using we want to see the participation of MWBEs. You know what I want to see? The word utilization. Let me tell you the difference. You can award me a contract. Yeah, I have a contract, but if you're not going to use me at all, then what? I was not utilized, but hey, it looks I was a participant because I was awarded a contract, but I was never used. I was never utilized. So it's important that we use the word utilization.
Yes.
Not
So
participation.
I agree with you 100%. One of the conversations that I've had with DES is that there are a lot of certified businesses that are listed as having a primary or master contract with DES, right? What I've asked my team to look at is why aren't they being utilized? Just getting the contract is not good enough for us right now. Why are they not being utilized? Why are some agencies not even using a master contract? They're going and doing their own RFP. So we really want to be intentional with this work. We want to see, it's not okay for me. And I'm so thankful for your question to not just be listed as on a master contract. It's being used as well. So thank you so much. And we do recognize that.
Irene, thank you for bringing that up because we've been having conversations around utilization because it's as if, I know we talked about it with the disparity study, but I have to say in the last year or so, that has been left out of the conversation. We kind of started with it and then realized it went away somehow because we got so fixated on participation. And then the other thing I just want to touch on is we did have listening sessions. OMWB hosted listening sessions on the EO. We, of course, talked to our advisory committee, of which you belong to, and our important member. And so we did our best to collect as much information. I will say that the one thing that I don't lose sight of, and I wish I had an answer for, is there are so many voices I think we're not hearing and that are not showing up because of their small businesses. They can't show up when we have meetings. We've tried to be really sensitive to that, or they don't trust state government. They don't trust the government. And in some cases, they have a good reason. And so I'm aware of all that. My parents were small business owners and English was a second language for them. This would have been very intimidating. So we're trying to work through that. We're building our outreach. And so Timbaland knows, that is a big concern of mine, is how do we do this so that more not the same voices at every meeting, but new voices with experiences that maybe we weren't aware. So we're thinking about that, Irene.
Thank you.
So I want to thank you for this conversation about utilization. I would say I would add that it's also that when we have participation and utilization, that they're able to be as successful as possible. Because when I had done some joint training with our diversity director at the Port of Seattle, I usually teach the portion about how you survive and thrive in a contract for the public agency, because if there isn't that broad understanding, we could be the worst thing that happens to a small WIMBY firm. And so I just want to put that out into this space as well.
Really, can I just say, I really like that survive and thrive. We may steal it from you, Janice. I really like that, Timbaland.
Happy to share. Happy to share.
That's great. Thank
We're
you.
all in this together. Other comments? So we only have, actually, we are right at time for break. But I want to make sure that I honor any other questions that might be here before we take a break. Santosh.
Lisa, very, very quick question. I mean, appreciate all of this, Lisa, and everything you're doing in this regard. So kudos to you and your department, Lisa. So thank you for that. Just a basic question, Lisa. How do you see House Bill 1259 working in tandem with this, or is that even related? Because there are some nuances to 1259 and how it affects the it really affects more the design bid build space as opposed to the alternative delivery space. So anyway, just if you wouldn't
That
mind
is-
commenting on that.
Thank you for bringing that up. Timlin will speak more to that, but yes, 1259 was passed last year. And what it does, it's something that we've not been able to do in the past because we've not had the funding. Well, we get funding for compliance and enforcement. And so we are standing up that work right now in certification. In fact, we just got, someone contacted us about potential fraud, and now we can really do what we need to do to check things out. But we're standing that up in certification, and Timlin is standing it up in her department as well. But 1259 is enforcement, and it's given us some real teeth, some funding really, so that we can do this work. Timlin, do you want to talk a little bit more about that?
Yes, thank you. So 1259 is one of those things that I'm really passionate about because it talks about accountability. And I think that is what we've been needing for a long time. And so within my unit, there is going to be contract compliance piece where we're going to be monitoring performance of primes in relation to the subs. We're going to be able to look to review their inclusion plans that they have on projects. So there is a lot of accountability wrapped up in 1259 that really, really is going to help us with, the EOs and all working together. So we are really excited to have the accountability piece of 1259 to work along with the executive order.
Okay. Well, I want to both honor voices as well as getting a break. We've had a lot of topics since 8 o'clock this morning. So I'm going to recess for a break until 10:05 when we'll talk about the project review committee. And I would say that this is certainly not the end by any means of continual dialogue on how we partner together for success of our small and windy firms. And so thank you so much, Timlin, for your presentation, and Lisa, and we'll take a break and be back at 10:05. Thank you. All right, it's 10:05. I'm reconvening the CPARB meeting. And if you can just turn on your video or give a thumbs up just to make sure that we have quorum. I think we just want to make sure we need at least 12 faces shown, and then we are good. So, Talia, how are we doing? Do we have quorum? Perfect. Thank you very much. All right, our next item on the agenda is Project Review Committee with Mike Shin and Jeff Jorgensen. So you have the floor.
All right, thank you. Well, welcome everybody. We started our meeting with a business meeting and we have two new members. Talia, you might help me with this one name. I'll probably botch it, but it's Eliza and Jeannie. Oh, she's just still on her computer.
Isa.
Isa, okay.
Isa Argo.
And we had a full committee. There was 30 members there, so that was good. Everybody was there. We basically had GCCM and Design Build from Washington State University. They had a combination. And then Sound Transit had a GCCM recertification. And then the city of Bellingham had an interesting project of the sewer plant, GCCM, for Bellingham. And they were all, everyone was unanimous, approved. So, do we want to go in any depth on these, or does anybody have any questions from any school, or is there any particular items?
Well, Mike, first of all, I want to appreciate the thoroughness of the report. I know over time we have requested information about lessons learned when agencies are coming back for recertification. So I think the board appreciates seeing those in the reports, as well as I believe last time we asked for records of attendance of our PRC panels, and I see that that's attached in the report as well. So appreciate the work of getting the report generated. I do want to note that I believe it's on the front page, first page, that our newest PRC member, Isa, her last name is misspelled because I believe it's AGOES.
Oh.
So if we can make that correction in the report. And then open it up for questions. Walter.
I guess related topic, not specifically the report, but I raised a concern about a month ago about a procurement that Tacoma Housing Authority was conducting, which didn't comply with a number of the requirements of 3910. And I called that to Nancy and to Janice's attention. And there was sort of an initial idea that perhaps there's an exception in the housing authority statute that allows a housing authority that's got federal money not to follow the requirements of 3910. I don't know if that ever went anywhere. I don't know if we asked the Attorney General's office what they thought about that situation, but I have a concern about state agencies in Washington not following the requirements of 3910. And in particular, in this case, it was a single phase procurement. Didn't follow the two-phase procurement requirements of 3910, which I think are important to providing equity and making sure that teams have opportunity to compete effectively for these contracts. And I'm not sure that any federal requirement that might have been in conflict with state requirements would have given any agency or a housing authority the opportunity to skip the two-phase procurement process. So have we looked into that further? Or do we plan to look into that further? And do we care?
Walter,
I know that architects do.
Walter, just so you know, I've been on the PRC since initiation, and I have yet to see a housing authority ever get approval for a project once. Never seen it.
Yeah.
So I think there might be, but I don't know what you want me to do. What I don't know who's supposed to do this. I mean, I didn't know the PRC was the police force, but maybe we are. I don't know.
Well, I think it's a PRC slash, we do not, I mean, one of the challenges we have as a board and the PRC has as our primary committee is we don't have an enforcement responsibility per se, and we don't have an enforcement mechanism. But we have over many, many years written letters to public owners who we realize were not following the requirements of the statute, and typically have gotten them to respond positively and to come into compliance. So it's
maybe this is a question for Nancy. Maybe she knows.
It may be a question for the Attorney General's office in the end, but it's a gray area as to whether the language in the Housing Authority statute says that if there's a conflict, if they're getting federal funding and there's a conflict with the federal requirement, it gives them the ability to make an interpretation that avoids that conflict. I don't think that a federal statute is in conflict with them applying to PRC, and I don't think a federal statute would be in conflict with them following the two-phase selection process. And just remembering that for many of us, the underlying value of the PRC is to ensure that owners are prepared to do the right thing, so to speak, to follow the guidelines that are statutorily in place, which govern GCCM and design build. So I would say that in representing architects, we would like to see any public agency, any Washington State public agency, go through the steps that are required. And obviously, we're certainly open to federal funding supporting projects, particularly for housing. And in this case, it's an affordable housing project. So architects are very focused on and constantly supporting affordable housing at a state and federal level. So we complete support of the initiative here, but that doesn't mean that not following 3910 is good for anybody.
And Walter, I agree. And thank you for bringing this up. I believe that Nancy had looked into this because there was some history related to housing authorities. Is Nancy on the meeting right now and can provide a progress update? I know you had looked into this and wasn't sure that you had anything to report.
I wasn't expecting it to come back here, but that's okay. I early January, late December, I provided a whole bunch of research to Walter that included when there was a challenge in 2010 or prior to that about a housing authority doing design build projects. That the housing authority went to the legislature and got their statute changed. And it says they're subject to 3910 except where alternative requirements or procedures of federal law or federal regulation are authorized. And that's that was seen more broadly to say if there's federal funding, they don't have to follow all 3910. That was kind of the interpretation at the time.
And I guess I responded by saying that it's gray, right? It does provide them the opportunity to receive the federal funds and as we know, and our friends, particularly our friends around our digital table here today who do horizontal construction know that the federal requirements can be significant when you get that funding. My question is, what does that let anybody out of at any point in time? I think it's a question for the AG perhaps. So does the federal funding say, oh, well, you're not going to get your money if you go to the PRC? You can't go to the PRC. Does the federal money come with requirements that say, no, you can't do a two-phase selection process. You can only do a one-phase selection process. I suspect that that's not the case. And I suspect that in many instances, the requirements may come along with things. Now, Tacoma Housing Authority is actually doing a progressive design build, but frequently our friends in the horizontal public owners discover that they have to use bridging procurements for design build in order to meet the statutory requirements, which, by the way, we do allow within our RCW. The federal funding may come along with more stringent inclusion requirements, which I think all of us would embrace based on this morning and our conversations over the last few years. But the procedural requirements of going to the PRC and making sure that you're prepared as a public owner and understand the statute, and the requirement of an RFQ phase, which is based on qualifications and does not include cost, and an RFP phase in which a limited number of firms, limited numbers of competitors put those costs forward for design build. I think those are important to fairness and competition. And I'd like to know if the federal requirements said, no, you can't do that, or if you do that, you can't have our money. I suspect that's not the case.
Well, I appreciate you bringing this up, Walter. And what I'm hearing is the ask would be that I reach out as chair of CPARB to the AG's office and get some confirmation or clarification about which agencies are, I would say, exempted from the RCW 3910 provisions, I think is the comment you're asking about, and whether the original interpretation from several years ago that Nancy discussed or just shared is still the current interpretation, or if it needs to come into alignment with where we are today. Because as you were speaking, Walter, I was reminded that, or what came to mind was that with WashDOT, they are specifically authorized for design build. And yet I believe that they have come to the PRC when they've implemented progressive design build, or if they choose to do GCCM, and they certainly do have their own statutory authority under a separate RCW, but still come to PRC in those spaces where the delivery method is different than what they're statutorily authorized to do. And I see Olivia and—
Can I just, one last comment, and I won't say anything else. I would have grave concern if we discovered that there was a pattern of exclusions from 3910 for public agencies based on this condition or that condition or the other condition, because that pattern eventually could really dissolve our ability as a board to help, and the PRC's ability to help ensure that 3910 is implemented in a way that's fair to everybody.
Yes, I would agree. Absolutely. Olivia.
Thank you, Janice. If I could maybe suggest, because I understand where Walter's coming from. And this also touches on the broader subject of policing. We debated the issue of policing all throughout reauthorization. Is CPARB the 3910 cop or not? We are not viewed to be the cop. However, there are levels of intervention that maybe we might be interested in taking. So as a specific suggestion, could we, in addition to asking the AG's office their interpretation, could we maybe invite the housing authority to come and give us their side of the story and specifically talk about, okay, if you're not 3910, then what are you? Are you a FAR, the federal acquisition regulation, or do you have your own regs, or what? And that might be helpful.
Okay. Santosh?
Janice, this is a new topic for Mike to consider. Mike, and I like to say this in kind of more as how you want to call it, lessons learned, constructive feedback. Please don't take this as a criticism. But at least what I've come to hear is at the last two meetings, and it's really about training and conduct and ethics and such. And I know we've got new PRC members coming in, and they're still learning what is proper behavior and what isn't. But what I've heard is, at least in the last two meetings, there has been a few occasions when the PRC panelists, I'm going to say, stepped over the line and solicited their help to the applicants. And I don't know if that's appropriate behavior. So I just offer that I wonder if there's some sort of orientation that needs to happen before every meeting so that the new members and the entire PRC panel is aware, hey, this is how you conduct yourselves at the meeting. We are reviewing applications, got to be fair, kind of the protocol of how to conduct yourself at the meeting, and maybe a closeout session after the PRC event. So I'm just offering that as a suggestion.
So Santos, related to the topic you brought up, I do want to point the board to under new business. There are two items on there. One is the conflict of interest and code of conduct for discussion. And then the second one is PRC approvals after advertisement that came up as part of the Elmira School District and the business meeting. So I wonder if this discussion that Santos just talked about would be under the new business at 12:35, so that those that just to stay on topic for the agenda and know that it is not, it's not lost. It is something we will be discussing. And then to go back to Walter's original comment and Olivia's feedback. So what I hear is reaching out to the AG's office for interpretation and inviting Housing Authority to help us understand how they see their work fitting into the 3910 process. And so any feedback on those two approaches?
I'm good with that, Janice. Thank you.
Well, Janice, I don't want to interrupt, but I told Talia this earlier. I have to leave the meeting today at 11. So if you want me involved, and if we could change the agenda to talk about these things now while everybody's here, or I'm not going to be here.
Okay. Well, I would say that we could certainly switch things up if the board is, I want to honor the agenda as much as possible because they are published so people know when the topics are being discussed. But certainly, Mike, you're an integral part of the PRC discussions, as well as the item that Santos just talked about. So with the board.
Well, we'll just leave it at those things that related to me or whatever. I'm not talking about everything. Just talk about things that are addressed to me. That's all I'm asking.
Okay. I'm fine with that. I did not realize, Mike, that you had the time piece. So, okay. I'm open to talking about Santos, but can we finish with Walter's item first so that we can close that up? So unless there's any other comments or objections, I will take those two pieces as next steps for follow-up. We good with that?
Yeah, the way I see Walter's question, I mean, the PRC doesn't see the job until it's an application submitted, and I've never seen the PRC ever. I mean, we could bring it to their attention, but I don't know what you want the PRC to do related to the Housing Authority. I've never heard of.
It's not a PRC issue. So just really brief. Yes, I think it's worth asking the AG's office for an interpretation.
Okay. Well, that sounds like a CPART question to the AG's office.
Correct. And secondly, we don't do enforcement, but in my tenure as chair and Rebecca Keith's tenure as chair and Bob Maruska's tenure as chair, and I'm sure John Lynch before that, when we saw that there were public bodies who were utilizing GCCM or design build is really the great been the big issue, and they weren't going to the PRC or they weren't following the requirements of the statute, then actually, excuse me, I'm missing Bill Frary. I'm sorry, Bill, I apologize. All of the chairs of CPARB have written letters to public owners asking them to review their procurement documents in relationship to 3910. And on every case I'm aware of, except for one, the public body said, thank you for contacting us. We appreciate it. And then they revised their procurement to align with the requirements of the statute. So it's been a friendly dialogue. It has not been adversarial for the most part.
Yes, I agree, Walter. I mean, it is not about enforcement so much as outreach, education, and collaboration so that we all understand the provisions that were subject for procurement and process. So, and to answer Mike's question, this ask is not asking PRC to take this action. It would be something that I would do as chair of the board to check in with the AG's office on the interpretation and reach out to the housing authority to better understand their process, their thinking, and potentially have them come to the board if that makes sense. But first would be the conversation with them. So I see Jerry with your hand up.
Hi, I'm not sure I know how to put it back down after I finish. I was in the vein that was just being discussed about what has happened in the past. I might suggest that we take the similar action that we've taken in the past or that you have, and write the letter to the agency and allow them to explain themselves before we go to the AG's office. Because that could be interpreted as us, trying to enforce something, or when we haven't asked them for their explanation before. And it seems that that is consistent with what you've done in the past.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. So it will be then a step one, the outreach and the letter, and then step two, the interpretation is the modified action that we were just talking about.
I don't want to extend this conversation. I'm just going to say from my perspective, having written these letters and been through this, it's a good idea to know what the statute really means before we start asking questions of agencies. And if the AG comes back and says, hey, these guys can do whatever they want, then we're done. And we can have a discussion about whether we want to modify the statute. But I would certainly suggest that we avail ourselves of the opportunity to get an informed opinion. It's not adversarial. It's just being smart about the situation.
Could that be done with a phone call, Walter?
Nancy can arrange that, and Janice can
Yep.
reach out and talk to the AG. Yes, it's pretty simple.
That'd make more sense to do that first.
We've gotten great input over the years, and it's helped us be good advocates for our statute.
Okay, I see Jerry nodding. Yes, okay. I will take both of those steps on behalf of the board. And so that is Walter's comments. And the one related to Santosh about PRC. Before we take that up, I just want to honor the folks that are here for the PRC appointments. Are the three candidates able to stay a little bit later if we have the discussion that Santosh brought up? I just want to make sure that we get that confirmation that they are able to stay. Oh, I see Mark with your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I do have, and I apologize for everybody on this board, but with it being legislative session and us playing a key role in a lot of stuff, I have serious time constraints, as you've already noticed this morning, from inability to participate. So if we could stay as close to the schedule for the appointment process, I would appreciate that.
Okay, well then let's do the PRC appointments next, and then we'll come back to Santosh's question, because we do have our candidates on deck. And so on the PRC appointments, can we pull up the list of the candidates so that we can walk through And I would say for PRC appointments, we will have each of the candidates speak for a couple minutes and explain why they're interested in serving on the project review committee. And then we'll take any comments or questions from the board, and then we'll vote. Before we do that, though, I do want to make sure that we create a space for any recusals from board members in this process and the vote. And also a reminder that those that are delegates to board members, certainly asking questions, but you will not be voting on these PRC appointments. So the first person, it's scrolling around, there we go. Mallory Davis in the labor seat is the first candidate. So first of all, when we're ready to vote, we'll see if there's any recusals. Okay, welcome, Mallory. If you'd like to give us a few minutes of comments or about why you want to serve on PRC.
Good morning. Thank you all for having me here. I am newly working I work for the laborers union, and I'm newly working for our district council. And I am the state policy and regulatory coordinator. And this committee is something that has brought a lot of interest to me because, as you can see from my brief bio, a lot of my experience comes from out in the field. I've worked as a laborer since 2010. I actually traveled the United States. I've worked in over 35 different states on construction projects on the interstate system. So understanding how projects are bid and controlled and reviewed is something that I am interested in learning about and playing a part in, having come from the other side. I have already signed up for the upcoming AGC trainings for this position, and I'm extremely interested in being able to learn more about it.
Thank you. All right, any questions for Mallory, comments? I don't see any hands up. So are we ready to accept a nomination?
I would nominate Mallory Davis for appointment to the PRC.
This is Janet. I'll second.
Great, thank you. Any, oh, Irene.
So, Janice, how many positions are open?
There are 3 positions today that we are voting on. One is the labor position. One, I believe, is a private sector. And then the third is a disadvantaged business enterprise seat. And that is a new seat that we have added.
Yes, and we are going to have another construction trades labor possibly, because when we're done with this, I have a question for the board. And then also we would have another disadvantaged business enterprises after today as well that would still be open.
Right, the spreadsheet shows the number of vacancies per position. Or per category.
So 1 vacancy for labor, 2 positions for disadvantaged business enterprise, and 1 for private sector. So for today, we have 1 candidate for labor, 1 candidate for DVE, and 1 candidate for private sector.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to vote? So unmute all those in favor of, with a voice vote, appointing Mallory Davies as the labor seat, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Great. Well, congratulations, Mallory. We look forward to your service on the PRC. And thank you very much for serving.
Thank you very much.
We can only do what we do when we have volunteers that step up. So really appreciate it. And thank you, Mark and Matthew, for helping find a candidate to serve on PRC.
Thank you. I look forward to it.
All right, thank you. And the next one on the spreadsheet is Young Sang Song as a candidate for the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise. Young, would you like
Thank you,
to-
Janice.
Great. Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Young Sang Song. I am a DBE owner of a company. You can see in the spreadsheet there on that cell about the experience that I have, but I'm a local kid. I grew up in Seattle, went to school at University of Washington, graduated construction management back in the early 2000s. And I spent about 15 plus years with the large prime contractors, working on alternate delivery projects up and down the West Coast, up into Canada. And in 2017, I started my own business where I focused on DBE services. So currently, I serve on the board of National Association of Minority Contractors, and I also serve on Association of Women and Minority Businesses, the two major ones that I serve on. And I've been able to teach and show a lot of small businesses what I've learned as a DBE navigating in these alternate delivery projects. I am on the West Seattle Bridge project as a schedule reviewer with RHS. And I am currently with Atkinson as a DBE coordinator on the WSDOT 167 SR 509 Phase 2 project, and we're doing the contract for that right now. So my benefit would be to the group is I navigate in the alternative delivery that we talk about, and I can share those experiences with the DBs and MBEs, and hopefully with the end goal of helping them navigate those waters better.
Great. Well, thank you for your desire to serve on PRC. And now questions for Young. Okay. I don't see any questions. Do I have a motion to nominate?
This is Olivia. I move to nominate Young Sang.
Santosh, I second.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments before we vote?
I have a question, Janice. It's Irene, and this is probably, I sit on the two boards that Young sits on. Is that a conflict to vote for him? I'm just asking a question.
Any thoughts on that? I mean, when I think about this, maybe similarly to thanking Mark and Matthew for recruiting Mallory, that we might say thank you for helping identify folks. But I see Mark and Robin and Walter with hands up, so I will stop talking and take comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Irene, I appreciate that question. Being a representative of all labor, I often have to consider that. And I've sought legal counsel specifically for my role on the State Apprenticeship Council when apprenticeship programs come forward that involve any of my affiliates. And what's been determined in my world is that because I represent everybody, I would actually disqualify myself from everything if I had to take that position. So there is a component of honor that they trust that and integrity that they trust that I have to abide by. In my view, in your situation, just serving on boards with people does not disqualify you. So I'm very comfortable with you participating in this measure.
What Mark said. That's all I have to say. I agree with Mark. I don't believe that there's a conflict.
Yeah. If there is, then the number of architects who have applied for a variety of positions that I have supported, written letters of reference for, and so forth for PRC would mean that I'm in trouble. So I think you're okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, Thank you so much.
Thank you, Irene, for bringing this up. I think it's always helpful to get clarity about, right, what would be considered a conflict of interest and recusals. And, you know, certainly it is one of the items as new business because I think where we have bumps in the road is when we don't have clarity about where those lines are. And so this conversation is very important. Thank you for bringing that up and for the feedback from board members. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the table. I don't see any other hands up. So all those in favor, unmute and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, well, congratulations, Young. Thank you so much for your desire to serve. We look forward to your voice on the PRC, and thank you very much.
Absolutely. I'll do my best. Thank you.
And I also want to acknowledge that you've been very active in our BEDBI subcommittee. So thank you for stepping up in multiple ways.
I appreciate the recognition, Janice. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. All right. And our third candidate is for private sector, and that is Timothy Buckley.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, I really appreciate the opportunity to put my name before you again to continue to serve on the Project Review Committee. A little bit of my background, my entire career has been focused on the design and construction industry. So that sort of deep understanding and appreciation for the process has been, I think, very beneficial in serving in the past 3 years in evaluating different proposals that come forward. I'm as a private sector business and SAVE International Certified Specialist providing value engineering, constructability review services on heavy civil, transportation, and building design. A lot of that experience also has included review of alternative delivery projects. So experiencing kind of firsthand how as a small business, we can help out some of those alternative projects. For instance, numerous projects for Seattle Public Schools, Lake Washington School District, Central Kitsap School District, and even some hospital work. Now, I am also a licensed architect, but that's not my primary focus in my career at this time and with this business. But in the past, I've also had some very successful GCCM project experience, as well as some private design build experience as a contractor, lead accredited professional on a federal project. But most importantly, I believe I'm an objective committee member. And again, with that professional background and understanding of the construction industry, reviewing in good faith each of the applications for its merits and the projects, making sure they meet the RCW 3910 requirements for alternative contracting procedures, I'd like to continue my efforts to help support the committee.
Well, thank you. I know we had a brief overlap when I was on PRC, and I appreciate your application to continue. Questions for Tim? Okay, I don't see any hands up. Or actually, I have Santosh.
Hey, Tim, a quick question. I know we are running out of time here, but I mean, as design professionals, and we're all aware of it, I've had a lot of discussions on this with Eric Meng also, by the way. But it's like, you know, as designers, architects, and engineers, you know, in the alternative delivery realm, we are commoditized. I mean, that's the reality of the situation. In your role on PRC, how would you go about improving that?
The role of not being commoditized as a professional consultant, you know, we have a very narrow role and responsibility when we're reviewing those projects, right? We essentially have a checklist that we are looking at as we're going through evaluating each of the different projects as they're coming forward. Do they meet the RCW requirements? So it is a little more difficult for us to have an influence and not become commoditized. So I don't really have a good answer for you on that aspect. Again, just looking at the very narrow band that we have as panelists to be reviewing, and not straying outside of those lines. Any suggestions you might have, I would certainly appreciate hearing.
No worries, Tim. This was more of a trick question, but I would just request that you be thoughtful of this, on your role as on PRC, is what we as engineers and architects can do to improve the state of, the challenge we face of being commoditized in the alternative delivery realm. So that's all I have to offer. I too don't have an answer. But I think being aware of that and being on the lookout for that and obviating that is really what is at hand here.
Thank you, Santosh. Perhaps that's actually one of the reasons why we use alternative delivery, is to harness the innovation. And so that would hopefully move us away from commoditizing and really leveraging the voices. Anyway, but back to the vote. We have no other comments or questions. Do we have a motion to nominate?
This is Irene. This is a motion to nominate Timothy Buckley for the position of private on PRC.
This is Janet Jansen. I second that.
Okay, great. We have a motion and a second. I don't see any other hands up. So unmute. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. Well, congratulations, Tim. And thank you for your continual service on PRC. I think that your voice is quite unique in that you have an architecture background, and the business that you provide is value engineering and how we make projects better. So thank you very much for your service, and thank you actually all four of the candidates and newly appointed PRC members. So thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda is actually Board Development Committee. So I'm wondering, Bill and Walter, whether the conversation that Santosh brought up about how PRC panels, what is the expectation and the I'm going to say process or behaviors or code of conduct. When we stood up the Board Development Committee, the intent was that it was about how we onboard and train and look at our processes and be more streamlined. So I'm wondering if this discussion really fits inside the Board Development Committee charter of how we onboard and make sure that we have shared expectations about how panels and members behave, whether it's on the board or on PRC. I see Talia with her hand up though, so I'm gonna pause for a moment.
Sorry, I had a question regarding positions on the PRC. We have one member, Michelle Helmholtz, H-O-L-T-Z. She is retiring at the end of February. And so we had a question that we weren't sure exactly how to answer and that I needed to bring to the board. She's retiring at the end of February. Her term on the PRC is supposed to go till 2023. We need to know, does that mean she needs to step down? Or can she wants to know if she can continue to stay on the PRC and contribute in the role that she's been appointed.
Well, so I would say that this actually brings up maybe one of the items that we were gonna chat about, whether it's in the board development or in new business, and that is what are the criteria in order for someone to serve, whether it's on PRC or CPARD. And I don't believe that there's anything in PRC that says that someone has to be employed by an actual firm, or in her case, be represented by one of the labor organizations. I see Robin with her hand up.
Haven't we done it in the past? I mean, John Palowitz retired from the University of Washington. He continued to represent universities, and feel like there was someone who actually moved jobs at one point and continued to represent that agency to the end. Oh, and then there's Dobbins right down there, right? But no, I think I'm pretty sure we've done that, particularly with people who've retired, who are knowledgeable in their industry and still maintain connections, that they were able to continue to serve. That's my recollection.
Irene.
Yeah, what I agree with what Robin stated, right? If they move jobs or they retire, right? I think it is important to inform the board, inform the chair that, hey, I'm switching jobs, or I'm like this lady, she's retiring. That would be appropriate. And another thought as well, although I agree with that, Robin, but there's something on my left brain telling me, well, weren't they appointed by how they work for somebody, or, what's the criteria of why we're bringing them to the board or at the PRC committee? Then that should be the same criteria that we have them on the board. What value? And secondly, also, how do we know that there's no conflict of interest? Them changing jobs, or them, taking a sabbatical, or taking a leave, or retiring.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, since this is a labor seat, Mark, I would think that it would be your level of comfort that she's still able to represent labor voices in retirement, and your thoughts on that. I would welcome that. And then I see Walter's got your hand up.
So I appreciate that. And yeah, generally speaking, on our outside of CPARB, on our various trusts where we have labor management trusts that are equally staffed, so to speak, if you're retired, you don't participate. So I see that Kurt Jimistad mentioned something that is a kind of how we approach things. They stay on until someone can be found. And that is generally the approach I would appreciate and support. And with that information, obviously, we just appointed Mallory Davis, who is also a laborer. And what I've tried to do in getting labor representation on the various bodies that we support on is I try to get either civil represented as well as mechanical. So you get the basic crafts and the mechanical crafts. So it's not just from the same. I was very comfortable getting Mallory, or recommending Mallory, knowing that Michelle was going to be retiring and potentially moving on, and then I could get a mechanical craft representative on there, so we have a broader experience. But I would very much support Michelle staying on until such time as we can appoint somebody, and I would commit to you all that will not be a long-term process. If that answers the question.
Thank you, Mark. Walter.
So I think it's important to remember that selection for the PRC and the criteria are different than our role as board members. As board members, we represent a stakeholder group. if I retire as an architect, but I maintain my license, and architects around the state continue to believe that I represent their voice, I don't think I need to be employed to be architect's representative to the board. Actually, Santosh and I have and I suppose the contractors, those of us who are licensed would have to keep our licenses going. Otherwise we would no longer, but not everybody comes from a licensed position. We select members to participate on the PRC based on expertise, because they're helping make sure that public bodies are prepared to do procurements that align with the requirements of the statute. And in that instance, as long as that person continues to exercise the expertise that they have to the benefit of what we're doing here, what our mission is, and what the PRC's statutory requirements are, I don't think there's a conflict. As far as the issue of conflict of interest per se, that conflict of interest is always in play. It doesn't matter if you maintain your job or switch your job. If you happen to be involved in a project because you're working in the private sector, or involved in a project because you're a public agency member and your agency is proposing it, then you have to step away. You have to not be involved in that particular review process. So I don't believe that there's a conflict, because again, it's about expertise, experience, and then the ability, once you've been on the board, once you've been on the committee, to show up to all the meetings and to diligently serve your role.
Thank you, Walter. Any other feedback or comments? I find that this discussion is very, very helpful, because as we align on expectations and understanding, the more that we hear each other and have that shared understanding, then it avoids misunderstandings. So I appreciate this topic being brought up and the robust conversation that we're having.
Thank you for elaborating that, Walter. Thank you.
Yep, thank you very much. Okay, Talia, do you have what you need on this topic?
I believe so. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to just check in. I know that our BEDBI is not going to take the full hour. We are at 10:45, so my check-in is, we're actually at 10:57. Is Nick on, and can he stay for, if we are delayed by about 15 minutes in his report out? Nick, is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay, thank you. So then we will have Board Development Committee next with Walter and Bill.
Perfect segue, same topic. So maybe Bill and I can kind of split this up, although we didn't rehearse presenting together today. So I think that two issues that we want to discuss today. One is we have board elections coming up in May. And so we need to address a process there. And then we have been meeting with the Board Development Committee and dealing with the issues related to code of conflict and conflict of interest and onboarding. Bill, do you want to just speak to the issue of board elections in May, for which I think what we've said to each other is follow the process that we established last year?
Yeah. So process for elections, if I'm recalling correctly, Walter, and tell me if I'm not, but the process was to submit an application and be reviewed by the board development committee. Board development committee would make some recommendations and report back out in May.
So I sent an email on Bill and my behalf to Talia, asking her to convene the board development committee, hopefully sometime in the next few weeks, and I think that, Bill, the last time we did this, we asked for a letter of interest and we had a series of questions which we did not require applicants to respond to. We just gave them a format. So I think it would be good to review that with the Board Development Committee. Because we don't have another board meeting before the actual elections in May, everything we do needs to be somewhat informal because we can't ask for board approval. So we can't have requirements. We can only make suggestions. But that's the situation we found ourselves in last year. So we'll do that, and then we'll get something out to all of you through Talia, which is our suggestion for a letter of interest.
We
And
do
then
have another
also
board meeting.
just thinking ahead, after we meet with the Board Development Committee, just thinking ahead, remind everybody that the bylaws provide a pretty high chinny bar for consensus to elect board officers, which is that it has to be a majority of not just the quorum, but a majority of the members who have voting rights on the board. And frequently, the vote doesn't quite come down clear lines. And so Bill developed a few years ago, and we followed it subsequently, a process where we vote, but we agree in advance as a board that if you can't get what is kind of tantamount to a supermajority on the first vote, that we agree afterwards to take whoever gets the majority of votes and vote those folks into office. Again, that's not a requirement. That's not in the bylaws. It's not in the statute. That's at the board members' discretion. So these will all be recommendations. Moving on to other things at the Board Development Committee. We did actually, a group of folks on the Board Development Committee agreed to sort of meet as a subcommittee and look at the issue of code of conduct. I don't think that's moved forward. It needs to move forward. We did start an outline for onboarding for board members. And in some ways, actually, Janice, because you're on the Board Development Committee, you remember that you have done onboarding in the past for PRC members, and we were going to look at that. I did collect a lot of information about the history of the board and shared that with Talia and Nancy. And what we need to do is, as usual here at CPARB, we struggle with not having enough time in the day, either amongst the volunteer members or even among our administrators. So I think when the Board Development Committee gets together, we're going to have to pick a fairly narrow focus and knock these important tasks off one at a time in order to be able to deliver on what our responsibility is. And I guess finally, to the question that you asked earlier, Janice, it's my understanding that it is the Board Development Committee's responsibility to look at issues of conduct and ethics for both the board and the PRC. I think the PRC has kind of fallen under our auspices. At one time, there was a separate standing committee, but that was folded into the Board Development Committee last year or earlier this year. No, last year.
Right. Well, those are all very good points. Before I take questions, I might suggest for board development, since we have so many new board members, it might be helpful to have their voice in the committee. So as we think about, as a new member, what you would want to know as part of onboarding, that might be a good voice to include.
Well, what we can do, since our meetings are open public meetings and Talia posts the agenda, we could, Talia, when we get our agenda together and have a date, share that agenda with everybody on the board. And then new members who want to participate, please feel free to show up. It's all of our board committees operate on the basis of open dialogue. It doesn't matter whether you're a board member or not. We invite everybody to participate and we invite everybody to contribute. And it has been rare over time that we had to take up and down votes. We've generally been able to produce consensus and come back to our overall board with recommendations. So that's the process I think we'll continue to follow.
Great. Thank you, Walter. Questions or comments from the board? I believe, Talia, were you trying to say something earlier?
Yes, we actually, last year we added a board meeting for this year. So our next full board meeting is going to be on April 14th. So we do have one more meeting before the May meeting.
Perfect, perfect. You just made the Board Development Committee's life much easier. Thank you. So we will come back with a series of recommendations for process that come out of the Board Development Committee. That's great.
Great. Thank you, Talia. I thought that anything we added was all considered a special meeting. So it's good to know that because we requested adding the meeting last year, it's considered a regular meeting and not a special one. So for new board members, special meetings are allowed as single topic meetings. And so if it's not a regularly scheduled meeting, we can't have more than one item on the agenda. Olivia.
Yes, thank you, Janice. The topic of onboarding PRC and CPART members, I wonder if it would be helpful if we took the entire onboarding curriculum agenda and broke it up into based on priority. It might be easier to pull something like that together. And so specifically, I'm thinking for CPARB, it might be easy just to ask, I think it's the AG's office or the state auditor's office to come and give us training on ethics and conflict of interest. I think the same training would be very helpful to the PRC members. So at least we have the legal parameters of how members of the board of CPARB and members of PRC, whether or not they are state employees, that they're following these expectations. The other thing I would say is that while we may not have a specific code of conduct, the work that we've done under your leadership with Marika on the shared commitments can certainly, go a long ways in addressing any kind of code of conduct. So I don't think we're in very bad shape. I think we're fine.
Yeah, so this is information then for Walter and Bill as they look at developing that content and moving us forward in that direction. Thank you. Bill Dobbins.
Yeah, I was going to say, for those that are governor's appointees, there is an online training on this. And I don't think everyone's taken it from an email I saw earlier, but there is some onboarding and training available that we should all take and review.
Yes, everyone who serves on a board or one of our committees are supposed to take that online onboarding process, which covers ethics as well.
Yeah.
Great, thank you, Bill, for that reminder.
So
Okay,
Leah, are we supposed to, once we do that, is that it? Or are we supposed to update our understanding of this annually? Do you know?
My understanding is that we should do it at least every 2 years in case there are updates.
Thanks.
Thank you for that. Okay, any other comments or questions for Walter and Bill?
Is this the time we're going to talk about the PRC, Janice, or what
Yes.
did Santos want to talk about? That's
I think that was part of the, I would say we were rolling that into training on and revalidating or onboarding new PRC members. So maybe the question for Santos would be, are you satisfied that as part of the board development that your concerns will be raised and addressed?
Yeah, I'm satisfied with that. I just wanted to flag it, Janice, so we do talk about it,
Okay.
Is there something that happened in the past? I know you mentioned it. There's something going on, so there must be something on your mind.
Well, I think as I mentioned, Mike, it seems like a little bit of orientation before and after the PRC meetings would help. I've heard that at least on the last two PRC meetings, people have what I'm going to call crossed the line and offered their help. And it is important for PRC committee members to remain objective and neutral. And, so that doesn't look good. And it's a reflection on all of us.
Okay, I understand. So what you're saying is, and I wasn't part of there, just because I'm the chairman or whatever, the PRC. I know I heard a rumor or something happened that one of the guys on the panel volunteered if you had any discussion, you could call it or something. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, then there's the second incident,
Okay, well then what are you talking about? Because this is so I understand, so I know, so I can fix it.
Janice, how detailed do we want to get into this conversation? I know we're running out of time, so I'm going to yield to your
Well,
your
so
direction.
Santosh, actually, my preference would be if you can reach out to Mike and give him the observations that you have related to any correction that is needed related to expectation management and how panel members show up. And then I've got, just in the interest of time, I'm going to take Lisa and Irene, and then we'll close up this item and move to the next topic. Go ahead, Lisa. And you're on mute.
Hi, I'm
Oh,
here.
There we go.
I just want to start with first, I don't think this is for any one person to fix. This is a board, part of our board work. And I wouldn't put this on one person. I do want to share that I attended the last PRC meeting. And I experienced, and I've heard from others, that there was a lot of, this is what I experienced, that there were criticisms of applicants, kind of the frustration around they didn't do it right, they need help. But what I didn't hear was, here's how we're going to help them. And maybe I missed it. I just felt a lot of, opportunities. I felt a lot of frustration with people not understanding how to apply, understanding the certification process, perhaps. And what I just didn't hear a lot of, here's how we'll help them. Here's how we'll have a better process. Here's how we'll look at our process, or, this is all we can do. And I'd like to know why.
Thank you, Lisa. Irene.
I think the follow-up to, Santosh's and Lisa's is we just have to remind ourselves, and even at PRC, that our first duty is for the community. We should not be self-serving. We should not be self-promoting. And that is what the seriousness of this matter at PRC. I've heard so many times, there are people in the panel that have promoted themselves. And I think that is a big conflict of interest. That's all. Our duty first, we're in a volunteer position, is for the community first. Ourselves should be last served. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So again, this is not the end of the conversation. So I'd like to just provide that venue where there's an opportunity to provide some feedback to Mike, and also as part of board development and just looking at, right, what are the expectations that is the way we're going to address this item. So it is not, it will not be dropped, but we do want to create a space for how we might address that. And so I would say that for Mike, as well as Bill and Walter, spending some time on this and working with, it sounds like both Santosh and Lisa have some, and Irene have some perspective here to share. And then Olivia, is this something that, can you follow up with them so that we can keep moving?
Sorry, say that again.
Can you follow up with Bill and Walter on any additional feedback on how we might work on improving this area.
Yes, I will be happy to do that. Bill and Walter may not be happy about me doing it, but I will be happy to do it.
Thank you. Thank you all. Okay. I think that was an important discussion to have. So thank you for that. And we are going to move to GCCM committee. Thank you, Nick, for your patience as we work through this. I think sometimes the walk-ons are just as important as the regularly scheduled agenda. So thank you. Go ahead, Nick.
No problem.
One more, Janice. I think this is very important. I think when one of us, shares her opinion about a subject, I think if one of you do not agree with what I have said, or you might have misunderstood that I was speaking in general, right? It is important, as we have the shared commitment, that we reach out to that person directly, or say, can I call you, Santosh? I need to clarify you about this. Let's have a conversation outside of the board to clarify this matter, and not go behind me and text somebody that I didn't like what Irene said. I think that is in complete violation of what we just did on our shared commitment. We are one now. We should just be able to communicate with each other honestly and be very transparent. So that's all, Janice, because I've heard things and I was not too happy. I'm open to any conversation. If I said something that strike you, about minority businesses, please call me and I can explain further. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Irene. We are working towards our best selves as a board. Thank you. Okay, Nick.
Okay. Thanks for having me here today. I just have a very quick update for you since the last time. I believe the last time that I gave a report out was, I want to say, October last year. And so since then, we've made some good progress on the committee. We've gotten through a couple more chapters in the manual, at least as far as reviewing some proposed language for them. So we've gone through the subcontracting chapter, which was a really good conversation, and then the heavy civil chapter as well. So we're making good progress. We picked up our meetings again. We had a meeting early December, and then we started again in January at the end of December, where we normally meet, where we discussed the, here, hold on, sorry, let me pull up my sheet here. We discussed pre-construction services, try to get input into what the topic would be, what the chapter would look like. So we got a really good conversation with the committee, and we should be bringing that back for review this month. And then after that, we will have probably 3 chapters left to put pen to paper. And then we will start compiling everything together, realistically, probably about the summertime, right? So we're making good progress. People are re-energized with the new year. It's been really good so far. The other thing I did want to bring attention to the committee was we have a vacancy on our GCCM committee in the city's role. Rebecca Keith needed to step away and can't commit to the committee anymore. So we need to fill that role. And I've spoken to Mark Nakagawara, who is on CPARB right now, who has agreed to fill the role, obviously subject to CPARB approval. And he just popped up on the screen. Good morning, Mark. So, with that, I don't know if you need him to speak about his credentials or anything like that. I'm sure you've gone through that already with CPARB, but if you have any questions for me or Mark, we're happy to take them right now. But I've proposed nominating him for the city's position on the GCCM committee.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you, Nick, for the update. I did have a couple of questions, but I'd like to take the first one, which is the request to add Mark to the committee. And if we have any, do we have a motion to add Mark?
This is Olivia. I'll be happy to move that we add Mark.
Santosh, second.
Okay, great. Any discussion or ready to vote? Okay, I don't see any hands. So all those in favor, unmute and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstaining, Mark Nakagora.
Great. Well, congratulations. Thank you, Mark, for stepping up and serving on the GCCM committee. It's a very important work that we're doing to create best practices, especially in light of all the changes in the RCW 3910 with the reauthorization. Nick, I did have a couple of questions and then open it up to the board for additional. At the December board meeting, we had talked about, or I think it was in the update, that you were gonna put the drafts up on the website, and it had a note about outreach to AGC and outreach to cities. So I see Mark being added to the committee. Was there any action related to outreach to AGC? And then you commented about the drafts likely being up for review this summer.
No, I have not reached out to AGC. So I will take that on before the next report out, before our next meeting this month. So I will see with their input, and have not had a chance to. I know we had talked about potentially pulling some chapters together and starting to get them up on the CPARB site for input. Just have not had the capacity to get to that. So probably just going to plow forward with the chapters and then try to get a whole draft document together for public comment and review and edits.
Okay, thank you for that update.
Yeah.
Questions for Nick? Okay, well, thank you so much, Nick, and the committee. I know we also have subcommittees underneath of that as well. And I see that Prc Appointments, as part of our guest, is interested in reaching out to Nick related to AGC. So that's great. Thank you.
Yep, I will reach out to you this afternoon.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you so much, Nick, and thanks for your patience in waiting.
Of course, my pleasure. Have a great day.
Okay, let's see. The next item on our agenda is our Business Equity, Diverse Business Inclusion Committee with Olivia and Santosh.
Right, good morning. Santosh and I are going to split the presentation. We have two topics. We wanted to talk about the outline of the report that is due to the legislature in June of 2022. And Santosh will be talking about the survey that we issued with the help of DES. So on the report side, as a reminder and a briefing for new members, the committee began its work in May of 2021 to prepare the report to the legislature. In the summer of 2021, we did a lot of work in pulling together the problem statements informed by primarily the DES disparity study recommendations, but also by other disparity studies. As we move through understanding the barriers and writing the problem statements, we also reached out to owners and contractors that we asked to come to CPARB, and you might all recall we had a panel of contractors and we had a panel of Sound Transit and WashDOT. So when we pulled the report together, our thinking was that we would try to organize the barriers in broad categories. So the categories are, and actually, maybe I should be asking Talia to put the outline on the screen. Talia, could you do that, please? I think we were late in sending out the outline as a pre-read, so my apologies for that. Talia, can you do that?
I got it up.
You-
Yeah.
you do? Oh, you do. Where is it?
Well, I have it up. I just need to pick it to share.
Okay.
Is this
Oh,
what
there
you're
it is.
talking about? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so if you look at this, it's a combination table of contents, combination outline. Let's look at the columns first. The overarching thing is the hope that diverse businesses is the first choice. If you then look at the categories underneath that, you'll see there's the issue of access to opportunities, access to capital, and access to training. Again, as I said, we try to take many of the disparity study recommendations, not just the DES ones. City of Seattle, Sound Transit, WashDOT, many disparity studies have been written. We thought there was a lot of overlap and that those overlaps could be summarized into these three categories. And then put the problem statements into those categories. Across in the rows, we have the different roles of the different stakeholders in all of these categories of what is the problem, first of all, and what can owners, primes, subs, and diverse businesses do. So that's the direction we're heading. I would say that upon discussion further that's been going on since we had the committee meeting and today, that very likely we will have also policy recommendations, proposed statutory changes for the 23 session. It may, the actual language of statutory changes, if we have those, may not be included in the June 2022 report, but certainly the report will lay the groundwork for those proposals to be further discussed in this arena in CPARP. And so that's basically the description of the outline, and we wanted to reserve time for people to ask questions and make comments, because we, Santosh and I, on behalf of the committee, we want to be sure that we've touched base with CPARB and that there's a certain level of comfort with the direction we are going and in how we're formatting this. I would also add that we are taking Santosh's suggestion that we could also make this a online version with hyperlinks. So it's actually easier to read because you just go click into if you want more detail. If you don't want more detail, then here's the outline. So with that, I will stop and take any questions that people may have. Unless Santosh, you want to add something? Did I forget something?
Nope, nothing else to add, Olivia. Thank you.
Thank you. So questions? No questions. Okay, so we're moving forward. We have committee meetings every month, and we're being very diligent about this. And I think we're shifting gears to, last year was a lot of trying to get educated, and now we're putting a report together, and maybe at the next few meetings, we need to be talking about topics where possible legislation could occur in addition to developing practices and guidelines. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Santosh, to talk about the survey.
Thank you, Olivia. I'll just add, before I go into the survey, Olivia and I and the committee, we are all very, very cognizant of the deadline of June. So just want to assure the board that the group is working extremely hard, and we realize that we've got 3 more meetings, 3 more opportunities to come in front of you. So we will be showing you, we are probably like a meeting ahead of what you're seeing already. So we will certainly be planning on showing you more stuff as we get to that June deadline. So just wanted to assure the board of that. There's a lot of hard work going on, and wanted to thank, Irene and Linda and Aliana and Brenda and several of the other committee members for all the hard work that's going on behind the scenes. With that, if you, Talia or Nancy, if you wouldn't mind bringing up the survey results link. It's posted on the DES website if folks want to drill into the details. But
Yeah, I'll bring it up. Maybe.
so just as we get into, as Nancy's bringing it up, or as Talia is bringing it up, the survey, we had set an earlier deadline for the survey, and you'll see that the survey is still active. We got a total of 26 respondents, and of the 26, only two were small businesses. So we felt that we needed to keep the survey alive. So the new extended deadline for the survey is the end of this month.
Oh, sorry. It was on the main page too, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's on the main page, and I think it's called BEDBI survey results.
Do you want the results or the survey link?
Actually, there's a little document that says draft survey results. You just scroll down.
Oh, yeah, this one. Right?
No.
No, keep going. There we go. Yeah, it's confusing with the main CPARP survey. So, yeah.
All right. I actually have that on in a different document already up, so I'll get that. There we go.
Thank you for that. Okay, perfect.
All right.
So what you're seeing, folks, is if you go to the next page, and we'll just kind of click through it if you wouldn't mind, Nancy. So you'll see kind of the composition of the respondents here, total of 26. And then you get a sense of certified versus non-certified. And if you go on to the next page, I think this is kind of the important page. We tried to get the respondents to at least rank the barriers. So if you look at the screen, you see that opportunities in contracting, cash flow, networks, the top rank, which is consistent with what we are hearing from others. Access to network, access to capital, and then training and opportunities in contracting. Let me just hit the pause button here. Lisa, you had your hands raised.
Yeah, sorry, I had somebody at my door. I wanted to let you know that, and I'm looking through my phone, that we posted the survey yesterday. I think this is a CPARB on public work stakeholders, mitigating diverse business and public. And we, as of yesterday at 10 a.m., we had 1,630 total opens and 63 unique clicks to the survey link.
Amazing.
So we'll keep you posted, and we'll run it until the survey timeline is over.
Yeah, that's reassuring. So the decision to leave it open was good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I didn't have your hand up
Lisa.
also. Thank you.
Yeah, well, Santosh, we reached out to Tabor 100. It's also on their website. I announced it at NAMAC via our chat at our meeting. And I asked Lisa, and thank you, Lisa, for doing that for us. We really appreciate it. And so it's also on OMWBE, who reaches out to the universe of diverse businesses. So thank you again.
Thank you, Irene.
Happy to do it.
So Nancy, if you kind of scroll on to the next page, and we'll just kind of go through these quickly. I want to make sure we give Janice back her time and leave a little bit of time at the end for discussion. So this particular one gives you the responses for access to opportunities. The next page is access to capital, including firm financing, eligibility for financing, bonding. You can see at the bottom of the page the composition of the respondents, strongly agree versus disagree, etc. Next page is about project cash flow, access to training. Following page, again at the bottom, is the composition. Moving on, access to networks. And then at the very last page, this is where we are hearing the actual comments or seeing the actual comments. So obviously this was based on 26 respondents. I'm hoping there's going to be a lot more, once we leave the survey open. And the intent is to capture all of this documentation. And we haven't totally figured this out yet, but Olivia, please chime in. But we are thinking it's probably going to take the form of an appendix within our, within the report outline that Olivia just described. So that's all I had. Olivia, did you want to add anything else to the survey?
No, I thought you did a great job explaining it. Thank you.
So this is, we also want to take some time. We usually end up using all of our time that Janice gives us. So we want to reserve a little bit of time to get some feedback from the board. Are we going in the right direction? Anything that we can do to improve? We're all yours.
So I want to thank you both and the committee for all of the work so far, and Irene and Lisa for the outreach to the community, because we do want to make sure that I believe the survey is a very short survey that really helps us to make sure that we're lifting up the voices and understanding what the needs are. And I'm actually wondering, Cara, if from when I think about access to capital, the voice of the sureties and really understanding what some of the barriers might be. So I have to admit, I don't recall who all is on the subcommittee, whether we have surety voices, whether it's yourself or someone else in the industry that can help provide that voice.
I'm 100% happy to help. In fact, I was on the website looking to see when the meetings are, and I plan to join if I can. And if anyone has any questions now or whenever, I'm happy to help.
Cara, we'll probably try to pull you in also when we are doing some of our writing, and get you to review some of those relevant sections. So that
Absolutely.
would be
Absolutely. And
Thank
I
you.
work with PTAC and some other organizations too to help educate. So I'm 100% available to you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I would say it'll be especially important to think about, are there any legislative changes from the surety standpoint that helps to remove barriers to that access to capital that we have all had to live with within the system and the rules that are in place, because those are the maybe sometimes sticky part where perhaps one small change can actually have a significant difference. So I appreciate the fact that the committee is both looking at these guidelines and kind of common best practices, as well as looking at what kind of legislative recommendations we might make. Because I do believe that since they've given us, the legislature, this additional year post reauthorization to look at the practices and recommendations, that we will be asked to have some recommendations. And so to the degree we can start to understand what some of those are and socialize it here as part of the board for discussion will be really important. I see Lisa with your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to make two comments. One, I'll be the first to admit that I was real naysayer about, oh my gosh, another disparity or another study, another, people are tapped out on that. There's so many, we already know what the barriers are, but this has really been done in a really thoughtful manner. And I'm really thankful for Santosh, Olivia, and Irene for pushing back on me and just continuing along this path, because it's the right thing to do. And I just got latest numbers. So there's now been 2,289 total opens, 38%, with 73 unique clicks. So hopefully we're going to have something meaningful from this. Thank you all.
Lisa.
I have two comments. One is the notion around access to capital that goes back in the report. echoes the earlier discussion of, I forget how you characterized it, Janice. It's the, after you get a project, it's the staying alive part, right? That you survived.
It's survival to thriving.
Yes, thank you. And secondly, Kara, just for grins, if we include you in the invite for the BEDBI committee, you can always welcome to come, but at least you have the Zoom.
I would
invite.
love to be on that list. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Santosh.
Thank you. Irene, did you have something?
You know what, you know how when we had that meeting, Santosh, maybe you can share to the board, even though you didn't have a lot of participants initially, right? The problems, the barriers are generally going to be the same, even if you have, I think, a lot more. The only most important thing that you're going to get from the survey, I think, are the comments, the real experiences. And that's the most invaluable, I think, information we will ever get. So it's always going to be access to capital, networking. And the third is training, because we got to train these small businesses to be real businesses. That's the main issue. Well, appreciate the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Janice and Nancy, if I could just take, and this is just the engineer in me. I mean, I think it's important to let the board know about the schedule and that we are being cognizant of the June deadline. Nancy, if you wouldn't mind bringing up the 10 BEDBI committee meeting materials document, and just, if you wouldn't mind bringing up the second page, or I can do it. I have it ready on my screen. I can share the screen if that's easier.
Maybe you can do that. Sorry, I thought I had it right here, and I have too many things open.
No worries.
I have it open, but I can't find it to share it.
Can folks see my screen?
Yes, although the print is very small.
Okay. How's this? Is this better? Looks like, Nancy, you may have to do it, otherwise it comes small.
We lost the shared screen.
Let me see if I can. Oh,
how's this?
Go ahead.
Is this still small?
It's still small, but perhaps you could just point us to the pieces you want us to.
Yeah, I mean, so basically what you're seeing in the screen, the top light greens are the meetings, CPAR meetings. We essentially have, 3 more opportunities to come in front of you, and we're very aware of that. So the committee meets last Friday of every month. We have
First Friday.
Oh, sorry, first Friday of every month. We have 4 more meetings, and we are trying to plan what we'll be presenting to you. And so we'll give you a little bit more of a detailed scheduled report, at the next presentation to CPARP. You can already see in here our Kanban represents the outline that Olivia presented earlier. So that's already in here. And so we'll have a little bit more definition on what the next presentations are going to look like at our next CPARP report out. I just wanted to mention that, Janice, because I know there's a looming deadline of June. So we're being very cognizant of that. That's all.
Right, and I think it's very helpful for the board to understand when there will be drafts of content and words to review. And I want to make sure that we do have that time. I believe that at the last meeting, we did talk about starting to release drafts of the best practice for board review. So it looks like we have the table of the different categories. And then there is some writing of this document that is part of the committee. Can you help us understand Will we, at the April meeting, then have some pre-reads of draft language of best practices and a list of potential legislative recommendations? And partly it's for managing board expectations about timing and when things are going to come and whatnot.
So if I could take that first, Santosh, and then you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Please.
We're actually in the process of going into the problem statements that were developed last summer and putting them into the right places that you see on the outline. So certainly a lot of the description of the barriers will be there. There are places where we've gotten into what we can do to fix the barriers and what we can do within current legislation. And that all will set the stage for what new legislation is needed. And as far as April, I think we will have a lot of the editing and formatting done. I think that as far as the committee discussion, Santosh and I were kind of kicking around the idea that some of February, some of March, potentially some of April would be used to actually talk about, well, flesh out any practices that should be adopted under current legislation and what legislation is needed to better facilitate the practices or to, improve accountability and things like that. So we should have something to show, but we could almost give you a link every month, but you just have to know that the work will be done in phases, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. This is really to help the board understand timing and expectations of the board for participation and review at the board level.
And Janice, I'll just add that the committee, as we are working on it, we use Teams pretty regularly, and the committee members are added in a Teams group. So depending on how involved DES wants to be, we could either do it, through a DES Teams invite, or maybe like our committee within our committee's team invite. So there's a couple of ways we can present the document for review on a kind of an ongoing basis over the next couple of months. So maybe we should think about that as a group. What's the most efficient way to do that, so we can, get feedback from you folks. I see Irene's hand up.
This is just a follow-up to both of your, comments about our timeline. I think what we recognize as a group is that we have identified the barriers, right? But along these common practices of the general contractors or owners, they have, I should say, subconsciously, unintentionally created the barriers because of the common practices that are happening today, right? So our attention now is how do we, remove those barriers or minimize them to create now the best practices. So the common practices that are not working should not be anymore used. Does that make sense? Thank you.
And if I may answer part of that, I think Timolin said earlier, it's a big part of the solution in making the practices become best practices may not be to throw away the practice per se, but it is in how to more sincerely use the practices. So we need to be truly engaged instead of just check the box, or how I would, in a moment of extreme disrespect, we don't want trained monkeys, okay? We need people that really think diversity is important, small businesses are important, and what can I as a public owner, what can I as a prime contractor, subcontractor, And what can I, as a small business, we all have a part to play in addressing this. This is a long-standing systemic historic problem. It won't be fixed in a moment, but it certainly will not be fixed if we do not confront it and truly and sincerely try to do something about it.
Thank you, Olivia.
So
So
Janice, we're just looking for concurrence from the board. Are we going in the right direction?
yes, absolutely. So I would say that this is the moment, board members, where we need to hear from you about, right, this path forward and the timelines, because there's not a lot of time between now and the end of June when we have to have both the report done as well as meeting with the key legislators that have expressed interest in this work. And so if there's something that would be helpful for you in terms of the timeline, seeing drafts, or making sure that we're socializing what is going to be coming in the report so that we can get to a concurrence as board members, that's what we need to make sure that we have, so that we don't run out of time and have a product that, as a board, we aren't all willing to embrace and adopt. So I would love to hear from any board members, either a yes, this is great, or I have some concerns. Thank you, Robin. I see in the chat that you put in an appreciation for the BEDBI committee doing a terrific job and taking on the heavy lift on this important topic. It absolutely is work that it's a journey, and this is a really big lift that we're taking. And so I just want to make sure that we hear the voices of the board members. If you have any specific asks that will make this easier as we get to the votes on the board to finalize this work product. Okay, well, I'm going to take this as you're doing such a great job that we have no comments.
Well, we are hoping, Santosh and I, that we will get double our Christmas bonus this year. I want to throw it out.
Thank you, Janice. Over to you, Janice.
Yes. Okay.
I'll make lumpia for you.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I look forward to the day when we can see each other in person. I know there are many of you new board members that I haven't met in person other than on the little screen. So appreciate all your work during these times. Thank you so much, Olivia and Santos. Okay, so we're going to move on to our agenda. Included an item on OFM, construction cost assessment. And I'm wondering if whether Walter would like to kick us off in this discussion about gathering feedback and comments. And I will say to the board that, you know, my apologies in this particular one. It was intended to be in our agenda. It was so full that it was deferred. And then today we had a miscommunication or actually lack of communication with Jen Masterson. So she was not available to present to the board. Walter.
So it's interesting. I don't know if any of us were aware, maybe a few people were, that OFM had commissioned a study on, it really, as I've looked at it briefly, goes to the issue of how to do accurate budgeting for capital projects, for state funded capital projects. And I don't know the history. I assume they advertised for the consultant. AECOM did the work. Peter Morris at AECOM, who's known nationally, did the work. Very thorough study, sent to us as a preliminary or draft for comment. Also, as you all saw, because Talia emailed everybody a list of other questions that are related. The study itself seems to really go to the process of how to do budgeting, which, as we all know, is kind of voodoo magic, especially when projects are extended out over year after year after year, and COVID and escalation costs at 10 to 12% a year. It's a complicated process. It strikes me, we'll have to ask Jen Masterson, that it's somewhat of a follow-on to the study they did 2 years ago related to higher ed, in which they looked at programming and also tried to look at cost impacts through something of a benchmarking study. And I'm sure Olivia and others saw some of that information. They didn't come to a really definitive result. So they've asked us for comments by March 4th, as I said earlier, either as individuals or as a board, and they plan to present the study to the legislature on the 31st. This intersects other conversations that are going on. The Architects and Engineers Legislative Council reached out to Bill Ferry at DES to talk about some of these issues. There is significant concern amongst public agencies, architects, engineers, and contractors about work that's currently underway. The concrete strike in King County has got everybody in a tizzy, and costs are running up at hundreds of thousands of dollars. And depending on your project delivery type, either it's draining down the risk contingencies in your design build or GCCM contract, or is going to be chalked up to force majeure and say, sorry, guys, beyond our control as owners, you'll just have to swallow it in a design bid build contract, which has its challenges. So it is a topic du jour for all of us who are engaged in this. We, amongst the architects, were very concerned that even without the strike related to concrete, projects have been underfunded relative to their intended program and scope. And that was before escalation, which is typically projected at somewhere between 2.5% and 3.5% for state-funded projects, ended up being 10 or 11 or 12%. And I know that Bill Ferry and myself have been looking at this from a different lens for projects that are currently being looked at the state capitol campus, in which in real time we've been evaluating what these cost impacts are. So it's a very short time frame, but it is a unique opportunity for Capital Projects Advisory Review Board to give input to the state on a topic that I think is important. From set aside any of our individual roles, from what represents best stewardship of public dollars. And when projects have a program which is intended to serve the public good, education, culture, health, the operation of state government, and then they can't be delivered to meet the intended scope, then I think we as taxpayers don't get what we think we're paying for. Very complicated. So I reached out yesterday, I think, and I emailed our general contractor members of CPARB, and I emailed Santosh as our engineering member of CPARB to at least get the Associated General Contractors and the architects, and there's a variety of associations that represent the engineers, at least get the private sector talking about this. Because one thing I know from conversations I've had over the years with Olivia and with other people in higher ed, whether it's the state board or the University of Washington, is there's a general feeling that the private sector's commentary sometimes weighs more heavily. And I'll let Olivia speak to that. But I don't know whether we can get a committee together, get organized, and come back with a CPARB position on this by March 4th. It would be a huge amount of work and require a special meeting. I'll leave that open to the board to figure out what to do, but I do think we should try and work collegially. And even if the public owners come back with one commentary and I'm sure that Bill and Janet, the DES, is looking at this very closely. It's projects that you have for the state capital campus, and it's also public bodies that you represent in terms of the State Board of Community and Technical Colleges. It would be great for us to have a dialogue, and would be great for us to send information through FO. This is going back to the legislature, right? That's where it's going to end up, and help them understand the enormous struggles we've had. I'll just close by saying that for those of us who do higher ed work, and I'll just use the community colleges as an example, 70,000 square foot buildings are actually, budgets for 70,000 square foot buildings are building 50 or 51,000 square foot buildings. Budgets for 55,000 square foot buildings are building about 40,000 square feet. And this is before we intersected the concrete strike in King County. So again, I'll just go back to where I was. We're not delivering on our promise to the voters to give them public facilities for culture, education, health, government, host of other things that meet the need.
Yeah, thank you, Walter. I think those are really important pieces. I see Bill and Olivia with hands up, and then we can see what the board would like to do. Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, I don't think OFM asked for this as an assignment, but the legislature gave it to them. It's a, looking at it from, the optimistic lens, I think it's a request by the legislature to understand better what numbers mean at what phase within a contract. And with the legislative campus modernization project right on the Capitol campus and dealing right with capital budget writers, a lot of questions have come up about, here's a cost estimate, it's at the pre-design level, what's your level of confidence on this? Well, it's about 15%. Well, why is it so much? Is that industry standard? Is this, a bunch of follow-up questions, because these are smart individuals, and they want to know, these risk factors within a contract relative to what the price is. And as those diminish, as those unknowns diminish, then the confidence in the price tends to go up. So there's some sort of that in an opportunity to help the legislature, help OFM, help leg staff understand what a pre-design estimate is, what a schematic design estimate is, and how how that uncertainty diminishes over the life of the contract as you take care of those things. I do have it up on my other screen. I've kind of been looking at it when I was less involved in the conversation today, and there's a lot of good information in it. I think there's some things that we need to, at least individually, if we can't come back together as a group, at least individually weigh in on statements within there about, what about confidence level at different elements and how some of the budgets are developed. And I'll let everybody else have a chance to talk and to allow for discretion in the process. So I'm done.
Thank you, Bill. Olivia.
In large part, it's what Bill said. And the only thing I would add is that I think, and Bill, please correct me, but it's state agencies, basically DES client agencies, higher ed, and possibly school districts partially get funding from the state. And so those are the groups affected, not necessarily cities, counties, and ports or hospital districts. So that's the group affected. It's not everybody. And while this study helps inform actual funding, there is no promise of funding. Would you say that's correct, Bill?
Oh, and absolutely.
Yeah, so
And I think it's a tool to be able to educate and give better confidence to our capital budget writers.
so I'm not trying to ignore the almost catastrophic impact of escalation in the recent years, but I'm not sure that this is exactly the right forum, and I'm not sure that the timing is going to be soon enough to address the problems that Walter talked about. I think it's, now that said, we always appreciate the input of our contractors and our designers. They're the ones actually dealing with this. So of course we appreciate that. It's just that we need to understand the context. So unless I myself completely misunderstood the context, I think, yeah, we should do this, but this is not the silver bullet, I don't think.
No, but it is rare that we get invited for our opinion on this issue. And I will be honest and say that we, as architects, we knock on OFM's door frequently and say, we would love for you, and contractors too, we would love for you to talk about this. And there's some acknowledgement, but this is one of the most direct invitations we've ever had. So the time is short. It's not a silver bullet. However, people are listening, which is a big opportunity. And I just, one more thing, I agree with what Olivia said, that in terms of actual direct purview of OFM and the study, it applies to agencies that would receive direct funding from the legislature, but it really does impact everybody in the end for the following reason. Public agencies across the state, whoops, I gotta go plug in here, sorry. Public agencies across the state look to the state of Washington, particularly DES, when it comes to standards for these things. That's why the state's AE fee schedule is frequently used as a basis of compensation by cities and counties and other public bodies around the state. So it wouldn't directly impact them the way it impacts agencies funded by the state legislature, directly funded, but as a guideline, it will be looked at by a lot of public bodies and inform how they think about their projects.
Yeah, thank you, Walter. Janet, I see your hand up, but I'd like to propose something here because it is 12:06. We are scheduled for a break right now. And then when we come back, we're going to talk about subcontractor bid listing and new business. And I'm wondering, under new business, we've already talked a bit about the board development committee taking on the code of conduct and conflict of interest. So I might suggest that we take this up as a, how do the board want to handle any feedback or creating a quick group to talk about this as part of that new business discussion? Because the other one that's come up is also the small works and standing up a committee as a follow-up to the local government committee. So would it be okay with this board if we took this OFM and small works in the new business discussion that would start about 12:25 and take a break right now? I want to make sure that we are looking at all the new things we're asked to do at the same time from a kind of time management standpoint. I see a couple thumbs up. So, okay, well, let's take a quick break. We've been at this for a while. We'll be back at 12:15. We're going to talk about subcontractor bid listing and then launch into the new business items. So, and Janet, if you have comments when we get to that point, we can, I saw your hand. Okay, thank you. We'll be back at 12:15. All right, board members, that was a very short break. I recognize that. Hopefully you at least got a chance to get up and stretch. And we are down to the last bit of our agenda. And I just want to confirm with Talia that we have a quorum to reconvene. And if you can either put a thumbs up or turn on your video so we can confirm that you're here for quorum purposes. Thank you, Olivia. Santos, Tara, okay.
I'm only counting 8 so far.
I see Irene is here.
Who's here? Okay, 9, 10. Okay.
Oh, there's Corey. Are we good yet? Oh, I see John Salinas says he's here. So I believe that's the quorum. Is that correct?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much, board members, for coming back promptly. And we are going to launch right into subcontractor bid listing policy evaluation committee. So we added this item because I believe it was about a year and a half ago, CPARB wrote a letter to the legislature with the first set of recommendations on the subcontractor bid listing, with a follow-up of a second recommendation due by November 1st of this year. So Bill Dobbins, would you like to lead us in this conversation? I believe that Matthew had to drop off. So I'm not sure if Matthew Hepner is back, but certainly Bill Dobbins. Are you with us? Okay, I'm not seeing Bill yet. Are there other members of the subcontractor bid listing committee that can get us started in this conversation? All right, well, I will ad lib until Bill gets on. So we have work to do. I don't believe the committee's been meeting. I would say pause the committee as we've worked on a lot of this new work that has been on our plate. But certainly in order to meet a November 1st deadline, we have some work to do to reconvene the committee and take a look at what are some new information that we have and the follow-on recommendations. I'm wondering, Talia or Nancy, if you can pull up the language that was in the previous letter from CPARB that talks about what this second tranche of recommendations, what we're going to be looking at as part of that. Do you have that handy?
Good question.
Or I believe it was in the email that Bill sent out as part of reconvening the group. I'm just
looking now.
Let me see if I can find that. Oh, wait, Bill is here.
Bill is back.
Okay,
Bill is
great.
back.
Bill, I tried to fill in.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all right. I gave the board a heads up about why we were reconvening the subcontractor bid listing subcommittee and the November 1st second recommendation commitment to the legislature. And if you can take it from there, I believe there were some specific items we were asked to review as part of that follow-on work.
Yeah, and we haven't had a chance to meet. What we have done is I made sure everybody that was on that subcommittee is still willing and able to be on that subcommittee. So we still have a group intact. And I need to get with Talia and figure out how we get a meeting on the calendar and get notice out and everything. So we'll do that before the next CPARB meeting. And we are due to report in November to the legislature what we as a subcommittee and then CPARB as a group recommends as far as any changes or additions, modifications to the current subcontractor listing law.
Right. And just as a reminder to the board, we have a meeting in April, May, September, and October would be the 4 meetings before November 1st to convene the group, come up with the second tranche of recommendations, socialize it with the board and vote. So not a lot of time, but I know that the committee are up to the task of providing the new information for us and meet the timeline. So thank you, Bill. Are there any comments from the board or those that may not have participated previously that has an interest in being part of the board or part of the subcommittee? Oh, thank you. And there's the list of folks there that were part of the original group. And it looks like we do have, oh, thank you. I was having troubles reading that. It does look like we have Bill and Matthew as co-chairs. And from the board itself, we've got Irene and Olivia also as members of that committee, along with several others that are not on the board.
I did not hear back from Dennis Tack on his, in fact, I got a bounce back and I was wondering if maybe he retired because his email said it was no longer valid at WSDOT. Does anybody know if Dennis is still working?
So we could have Talia do that outreach.
He left WSDOT.
Oh,
Okay.
Okay.
So we would need to add maybe a position there to replace him. And I don't think we have any other agency. No, we did add Kyle from Ports. So we may need to add one other representation from agencies.
And then I see Robin has her hand up.
I'd be happy to participate if you need help.
Okay, thank you. Well, we will reconvene that group in the next 30 days and report back at the next meeting.
Great, thank you, Bill. And I see in the chat that Kurt Gimstead is interested in participating as well. And I see Irene's hand up.
Yeah, hi. I just have I was wondering if we have reached out to Bobby Force to be on this. I think this is very important on his department. The subject
Yes.
matter, right? Yeah.
And that's a good point. So thank you. That's a good reminder that, you know, we have new board members since when we stood up this committee previously. So we want to make sure that we open up the opportunity for board members to join the subcommittee if you have an interest. Whether you nominate yourself to be added or others that you think would be a good voice into the space.
And participation in the meetings is welcome by anyone.
So do we have any that want to be added now officially as a member of the subcommittee? So as Bill mentioned, anyone can join. These are open committees. But I would say that from a voting standpoint, the ones that are appointed to the committee from the board are the voting members of the committee, and then others are always open for feedback and participation.
Well, if okay, so
Yeah.
Robin, you don't necessarily want to be a voting member. Is Bobby in the meeting?
There's also a suggestion, this Irene, on the chat from Santosh, another WSDOT representative.
Yeah, and I'd hate to vote on someone without talking to him first. But it would be nice to fill the spot so we can make sure we have a quorum.
Yeah. So what we could do is certainly do the outreach, and they can attend when you stand up the committee meeting, and then at the next board meeting, we can vote them in as official committee members.
That makes sense.
That might make the most sense. And Olivia, your hand came up and back down, so wasn't sure if you wanted to say something, and then I see Santosh.
It's just that Garrett Buckingham, Bill Dobbins, Garrett Buckingham is not with Evergreen, not with a public hospital anymore. So we need to go back to the hospital person on the board. That was it. Thank you.
And I believe Corey is in the meeting right now.
So Corey.
Yeah, I'm here.
How do you feel about getting drafted?
We want to thank Corey for volunteering.
Just loop me in where I'm needed, I guess. I am willing to do what I can.
Okay. Well, I'll make a motion to add Corey to the subcontractor bid listing policy evaluation committee.
So moved, Irene.
Santosh, did you have one related to this vote or other names
Yeah.
before we vote?
Bill and Janice, basically Deffenbacher John is covering for Dennis on like the AGC committee and such. So I won't, it's important to reach out to him, but he would be a good replacement for Dennis.
Okay. So can we get a vote on Corey? We had a motion in a second. You want to do that, Janice, or you want me to?
Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry, Bill, I was interrupting.
Yeah, okay. All those in favor of adding Corey to the subcommittee?
I think we mean drafting him. I mean, like, didn't we just do that by coercion? Just kidding.
Oh, you lawyers, you always got to make words mean things.
I was going to say he can feel the love.
Well, even if it's coercion, I think we need to legitimize coercion.
There you go.
Got it. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? All right. Thank you, Corey, for volunteering to our coercion.
You're welcome. I didn't know if I was supposed to vote opposed there or not.
We muted you when that happened.
Yes. Well, thank you, Bill. And it sounds like we've got some follow-up of other participants that might ultimately become members of the committee. So thank you very much.
So Talia, I'll get with you in the next day or two. We'll work on reaching out to those people. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. So now we're on to new business. So we do have one new business called PRC approvals after advertisement. And I think this was one that arose out of the Elmira School District discussion and I'm going to say, interpretation of the RCW about when an owner goes to PRC for approval. At what point in their solicitation process does that happen? And I'm wondering if, in light of all of the other new business that we want to talk about, the OFM consolidating comments, and also the small works standing up a subcommittee as a result of the local government, whether the board would be open to deferring that discussion to the next meeting. And I can certainly do a little legwork in reaching out to the AG's office to see if they have any clarification or interpretation of that. I'm just trying to honor the time we have left and the new business before us in terms of perhaps standing up some committees. What are the thoughts of the board?
Well, for very selfish reasons, I have to leave a little bit before 1, so I would appreciate deferring.
Okay, thank you. And I see
Same here.
Walter's got thumbs up. Bill's saying yes. Tara's yes, Robin, yes. Okay, well, thank you. I will take the action at least doing some preliminary outreach to the AG and probably with help from Nancy and to get some clarification on that. And then we already talked about the conflict of interest and code of conduct. So the other two items that we think we need to talk about as part of new business is the OFM request from Walter about how we might collect comments as a board, formally or informally. And then the other one of the small works and standing up a committee to work on that as I would say Representative Paulette ultimately made the choice not to drop the draft bill that we had seen and considered and provided some preliminary thoughts on. And I would say, with the premise that the board would consider standing up a small works committee. So we can take those in that order, but it will take resources from the board. Any comments or feedback?
Janice, if I just want to, are you proposing that discussion of the small works roster committee is also on the list of things to be deferred?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm saying that I'm deferring the discussion about PRC approvals after advertisement and use this time under new business to talk about these two items, the OFM and standing up a small works committee. So go ahead.
Well, at the risk of disagreeing with Walter, which, as you know, I have never disagreed with Walter before. I would like to suggest that in order to give a small works roster committee time to do its work, if the idea is to propose legislation for 2023, that we should get that stood up today, appoint the members, make some suggestions of who should chair so that they can get to work, because there isn't that much time. If I recall the issues that were uncovered in the local government study, there were some pretty complicated issues. And if Representative Paulette and other legislators are interested in increasing from 350 to 500, I think the more time we have for that committee to do their work, the better the work product.
Why do you think that represents a disagreement?
Well, Walter, we'll find something you disagree with. That's okay.
Well, my sense is that they are two separate items. Walter's asked about OFM and the small works. It is more of how much time the board has to engage quickly, perhaps to connect on the OFM cost assessment and provide some feedback. And then at the same time, standing up the small works committee. I'm sorry if I conflated the two. They are two separate things that both take time from the board.
No, I'm sorry if I caused you to be confused. The reason I'm saying small works, we need to stand that up is we need the time. And what I'm trying to say about the OFM cost study is the solution is more money. I don't think talking about the fact that we need more money will necessarily get us more money. But on that note, Walter, I wonder if a small group that's interested in looking at the cost assessment could get together outside of, so it's not a committee per se, but it's a meeting acknowledged by CPARP so that we can quickly get some feedback back to OFM.
Well, go ahead. Bill has his hand up. I generally agree with that, but Bill had his hand up first.
Oh, sorry, Bill.
So I just want to jump into the first one of these, the Small Works Committee. And I'll be quick about this. I see a strong need to rewrite that entire statute, RCW 3904-155. It's confusing. It doesn't make sense. I think the intent of the statute at the beginning was an administratively efficient way to put contracts out onto the street. It's been used by some public owners as a bit of an incubator for small and diverse businesses to get their first project and learn, build credit history, build bonding capacity, all of those types of things. I think with a rewrite, we can provide clarity into all the elements of that, whether it's how to establish a roster, what limited public works is, what small public works is, what are the different processes underneath each of those, still providing for clarity and flexibility for agencies. I've been interested in working on this for about the last 5 years. I got shut down 5 years ago when we first started putting this together. I'd love the opportunity to jump into this. I need some partners. Irene and I have talked about this a couple of months ago. She was willing to be my co-chair. And I need participation from labor because the raising the limit is something that they're very concerned about. So who wants to help? Raise your hand or nominate somebody.
Well, so first of all, thank you, Bill, for stepping up and raising your hand. And it sounds like Irene as well. I think that what we want to do as a board is validate that, yes, indeed, this is something that the board is going to work on. And then it sounds like we have interest from Bill and Irene, hopefully you're nodding as well, that you're interested in serving as co-chairs, and then we can get going. I don't want to be presumptuous as the chair to assume that we're all going to say yes to this work. So I think first of all, it's the thumbs up that yes, this is something we want to work on as a board, and then we stand up the committee and get moving and appoint members. So I see several thumbs up for working on this. Yes, okay. All right. So I've got Bill and Irene. Irene, did you?
Yeah,
Olivia?
co-chairing with Bill, I would love to, if he agrees, 70% work for him and 30 for me.
We'll let you guys work through the distribution of labor there as chairs.
Yeah,
I
but
see
don't
Olivia
expect a
with
Christmas
hands up.
bonus. Don't expect a Christmas bonus. If I could butt in, Janice, I wonder if we could leave it to the chair and co-chair designate to assume that members of CPARB will serve unless members of CPARB send a designee. And let the chair and co-chair do their thing.
I want to confirm with Talia that normally we would appoint members, and I believe that normally we do not have more than half of CPARB members serving on the committees, because now it is then functionally we have a quorum and it becomes a CPARB meeting. So can I get a clarity for that, Talia?
I believe statute says you have to have less than 10 CPARB members in order to avoid it being an official CPARB meeting.
Well, if I can step in, yeah. So since a quorum for CPARB is 12, if there are 12 members, CPARB members at a committee meeting, it becomes a board meeting, and somebody either has to leave or you can't have the meeting because it's an officially it's a board meeting that needs to have notice for public meetings. So,
but Nancy, I'm confused. CPARB committee meetings follow the same rules, the notice, the pre-reads, etc.
Not necessarily.
Well, Only the PRC is required to have a 20-day notice. The PRC and CPARB, it's the board meetings themselves have to have a 20-day public notice, but that doesn't go to the other committees.
Okay, thank you.
Walter.
So when we've been in this situation before of wanting to launch an important initiative and get it going right away, but we haven't figured out the whole committee, what we have done is to appoint a chair and vice chair or co-chair. If you want to be co-chair, it's 50-50. That's equity, but otherwise, and we could appoint 1 or 2 members, but if we let Bill and Irene get going, they can hold open public meetings. They can bring key stakeholders in, and they can come back in April and say, we've started meeting, we've engaged with our stakeholders. Here's who we'd like to have the board appoint as official members for the purposes of voting. So I would suggest that we vote to appoint a committee of Bill and Irene. There's no lower limit on the number of people on committee, and they can be co-chairs, and they can start their process and come back to us with a work plan, recommended committee members. And the only thing they can't do is they can't have 12 CPARB members in a committee meeting.
We also need
Well, I
a
make
responsibility statement.
their committee charge, you're saying.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Bill, would you give us what the committee's charge is, and actually Bill can make the motion to the committee's charge, and he can, and I think he's the best person to do it because I think he has a clear idea about it. And then also include in that he and Irene would be the committee, and we could vote on that and then come back and fill out the committee with official members in April.
So Bill can't officially make a motion. He's not on the board.
Oh,
So he can propose.
Could you suggest, if you
board
would
member
suggest a motion, I will make it.
If Walter will make the motion, I will second it.
This is Lisa. I'm not sure what we're doing here. So what is the question? What is the ask?
So if I can jump in on this, Lisa, the ask is to update the small works statute, RCW 3904-155, to incorporate some of the recommendations from the local government study, and to provide clarity, and to wordsmith this a little bit, but to provide an equity lens for small and diverse businesses.
So moved, with the additional provision that Bill Frary and Irene Reyes be nominated as 2 initial committee members with responsibility to come back to the board in April with a suggestion for a full slate of committee members, but authorized to proceed with open public meetings and bring stakeholders together. Now, Olivia, you have to agree with me because you said you would second the motion.
Yes, alas, I have to agree with Walter today, but that's it for the year.
And I want to make sure that answers Lisa's question, and then I see Santosh and Irene with your hand up. Lisa, does that clear up your question?
It did. I think that we'll want to be involved, whether it's me or whether it's Rachel, but yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Well, it sounds like we have some volunteers, Bill and Irene. Thank you, Lisa. Okay, Santosh. Oh, you took your hand down.
I had the same question Lisa had.
Okay, great. Irene, do you have a final word? And then we need to keep moving on the agenda.
Well, yes, I was just hoping to save time. If we have volunteers now from the board for the committee, then please acknowledge. So, we started our work right away. We know who's coming on board with us.
So
So Olivia, I have Olivia.
there's a motion on the floor, and we need to amend that motion, and I'm going to respectfully not agree to the friendly amendment because I think we should vote, and you can invite board members to participate, and we need to keep moving. It's not going to inhibit the work. Let's just put the committee in existence And you can reach out through Talia and get board members to participate. But I don't think we should stop and get a debate as to who the board, what the board composition is today.
But that was not a debate. That was maybe an amendment. If there are already acknowledged board members to join, then why not? Nothing wrong with that.
Just try to streamline the process.
Make it a committee first.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Irene.
Yep.
Okay, so I think maybe a compromise would be we vote on the current motion of the co-chairs. And then at the same time, let's make sure that those that are interested are reaching out to Irene and Bill, because I think that's what Irene's asking for is instead of guessing who's interested, let's make sure that she gets the outreach. So I think that's a way to accomplish both.
Yes, well done, Janice.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
Janice, this is Val.
yes,
Have we officially established the committee?
we are officially establishing, standing up. The vote would be, we're going to stand up a committee.
Okay.
It will have Bill and Irene as co-chairs, and they will develop the purpose and start meeting, and then come back to our next board meeting with the proposed list of formal members that would be added at that time. But the meetings can convene right away and get going.
Thank
so
you.
That's what we're voting on. Thank you. All right, it looks like we're okay with voting for this, on this. Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and any abstentions? Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Bill and Irene. We have a new committee that, as Bill said, it's been maybe 5 years in the making to engage in this work. So we're excited to take this on. And you know, I really value every one of the board members because we are all volunteers here trying to take on the work of making right government work better for everyone. So thank you for that. Okay, I believe that was our new business. And Walter, it sounds like on the OFM that we'll have some informal, if those that are interested reach out to Walter. We're not gonna stand up anything formally here. So, okay. And just like that, I think we're back on schedule for the last bit. Oh, I see Lisa and Janet.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know if this is new business, but I don't know where else to bring this up, so correct me. But I want to know, and if it's not already being done, or if it is, let me know. Could we start posting on the website the video of these meetings so that we don't only have the notes, the handwritten or the summary of the minutes, but could we also post the meetings?
I think that's a Talia question about, is that practically something we can do?
We can. The videos tend to be about plus gigabytes. So
I think we just have to identify that and let people know. But I think having that there is more, an option is transparency.
Okay, yeah. I can put the video, it'll be on the meetings page. It won't be on the main page.
Okay. Thank you, Lisa.
Talia, do you have to put the exact video or do you just have to put a link? I think you could just put a link and then no, you can't. Then if you click, then you download it on your computer.
Right, I have to upload it into our web interaction system and then link from there, so.
Yeah.
So why don't we have Talia, you'll work on this and we can, if there's any bumps in the road, you'll let us know. But thank you, Lisa, for bringing that up. We are about transparency, and to the degree we have pre-reads early enough for board members to read it, that's our commitment to each other. So thank you. Okay, the next item, Bill, can you walk us through the planning for the next meeting and agenda?
Yeah, along with our standard agenda, which today was, I think, pretty much our standard agenda, there was a few things I noted we wanted to add into it. The first was a chair report as part of the standard agenda toward the beginning of the meeting, maybe in the board engagement session. Does that make the most sense?
Actually, we'll just have it right after invitation for public comments. I'll just have a chair report.
Okay. And then the other thing I mentioned, or I noted that you wanted to add, was our 5 values just on the agenda, not as a discussion or information, just put them on there as a reminder. And then along with the subcommittee reports that we had today, the new report from the new subcommittee that we just created. And that is what I had as new additions to the next agenda. Did anybody else catch anything that I missed?
Do we need to keep the job committee, or was that a one-time them coming back today?
We need to keep the JOC committee on the list because we have requests for the JOC committee to present. So we need to keep the board informed on what we're presenting and our roadshow status.
Thank you.
Anything else from anybody? Janet?
Third time's a charm here. Adding Jen Masterson on this. And the only other point that I'd wanted to make earlier is both Olivia and I did sit on the selection process for the consultant that is working with OFM at this time. So that was done competitively. And I guess repeating before that, I agree that each of us and each of our groups need to work on that response back to Jen. So thank you very much.
Okay. Santosh.
Bill, this is not necessarily for the next meeting, but I just wanted to at least capture the idea, maybe in a parking lot of sorts, or maybe the May meeting or the June meeting. But it's almost like consider maybe having an industry forum, almost like an hour or so, hour and a half. Maybe it's facilitated. I think not enough people know the good work that CPARB is doing. So it would be good to at least, we attempted to do this. I think it was under Walter's chairmanship before COVID and such, having kind of a separate special meeting of sorts. But I would propose that if we can, carve out maybe an hour, 2 hours, whatever we can afford. And it would be strategic to do that in, say, May or June, with all the issues that we've got going on, at least to engage, in a more public forum with the industry, whole industry.
Why don't we add it as a discussion item in the April meeting? The June meeting, I think, is our special meeting, so that would be out. But let's discuss it and make a decision in our April meeting on that topic.
Thank you.
Okay. Lisa?
Yeah, I don't think I got an answer today, and maybe we can put it on for the next meeting. I made a comment about PRC and I asked a question and didn't get a response, and maybe it's something that we discuss later or offline. I don't know.
Refresh our memories. What was your question?
Well, I was talking about the issues around the discussion of, there was a lot of critiquing about people not being prepared for when they're completing their applications or applying for certification. There was a lot of discussion on. In fact, I'd like to get the video of that. But what I didn't hear is, so typically I know when there's a problem with people getting things done that our agency has asked for and it's continual, there's something wrong with the process, right? There's some gap there that we need to either address or we need to figure out how to educate. And so I'm curious about those complaints, what is being done as a PRC community to help those who undoubtedly continue to struggle if there's a process problem. And that will make things more efficient for PRC too.
I think that was part of my assignment from Janice to talk to Bill and Walter as part of board development to kick that
Okay.
conversation off.
Great, thank
Yeah,
you.
I think that's correct. And then Nancy or Talia, is there anything brewing as far as possibly meeting in person in April?
Not yet.
Things are changing fast, so
Mhm.
we talked about it last year about having hybrid meetings in the future. So I would anticipate some point in the first, before the summer's over, we may face that decision.
I think May would be the earliest. But at this point, our building's not open yet. So
Okay,
yeah, informed.
very good.
Bill,
Yes,
this is Val. Did you add metrics from Sound Transit and WashDOT
I
For
did
the-
not.
for the committee report, as part of the committee report?
That was related to the BEDBI committee, so
Right.
maybe that's one that Olivia and Santosh, as part of your next report out, I think that was something that was brought up at the last meeting, whether you'll be bringing that forward at the next meeting. But it would be underneath the BEDBI committee.
So we'll leave that up to Santosh and Olivia to update
Yes.
their agenda for next time.
Yes.
Irene?
Hi, Bill. Do I remind you, or may I remind you, please, maybe an update on the legislators or legislative processes right now? Bills that are hanging?
That's part of our standard agenda.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Yeah. Mhm. Anything else? All righty. Back to you, Janet.
Thank you. Well, I just want to acknowledge that this is a lot of work that we're doing as volunteers. And I know this is a legislative session, the quick 60-day session, so everyone's busy. And I just want to thank each and every one of you for staying with us. You know, I have thought about how we might try to tighten up the agenda so we can finish earlier than a 5-hour meeting. And unfortunately, you know, every moment that we're here together, other than the short breaks, are filled. So I would say, you know, I want to honor people's time. We're just minutes from finishing. So in that closing thoughts, I would actually open up the chat and welcome anyone to just put, you know, how you're, any closing thoughts you have related to the meeting for us, instead of going around the room. And then just say that I appreciate each and every one of you. What I would have said in our closing comments would be just such a sense of appreciation for how much you all care about this work that we're doing, working together and helping us do our best work. So just thank you very much. And I see Irene's hand up if you want to have the closing comment.
No, my hand, I forgot to lower.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I just thank everybody. And if you want to drop a note in the chat, and we'll keep working on this journey together. I'm going to say a reminder, and to myself to model the way. Please get the pre-reads in so that we can be as effective as possible. And I will work on modeling that with the chair's report for next time. So thank you very much. Have a great rest of the day, and we'll see you in April.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.